eyes before we pray. Our Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, thank you for bringing us here. And thank you for giving the organizers such a wisdom, such an understanding for this day. Father, if we demonstrate the love of social workers without your love, it is meaningless. We can't do anything when we don't refer to your love as social workers. Today, I pray for the same love to evolve within every human on this land and on this ground. I pray for the wisdom and an understanding that may dwell in every student, every man and woman who have come to participate, to encourage, and to understand, and to draw wisdom from this conference. Father, we can pray the whole day, but we can't solve all. But it's you who can guide us, lead us, who can teach us, because in you we move, we live, and we have our own being. I pray all in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Let's organize ourselves for the national anthem. Oh, Uganda, oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Hey Mungu, twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Big hand clap to Jennifer from Metropolitan University. Wow. Please have your seats. Wow. If this was a church, I would be having very obedient congregation members. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we welcome you for the World Social Workers Day. This day happens every third Tuesday of the month of March. So it's not every 15th day of the month of March. It's every third what? Tuesday of the month of March. And we thank all of you for participating. Thank you for choosing to be a social worker. And how many of you are proud to be social workers? For me, I should say I am one of them. So let me get to hear that crazy, I was going to say that crazy amen. Let me just, that crazy sound so that you're excited to be a social worker. Yeah. Wow. You know, when you're with social workers, there is life. Yeah? But when you're with engineers, there is cement, there are bricks. But when you're with the social workers, there is life. So we want to thank you so much for choosing to be a social worker. Personally, I'm a social worker and I have enjoyed being a social worker. We thank all of you for coming and for participating. Um, I will request the following people to prepare because they will be coming to say a word or two. We shall be having a representative from the Africa Renewal University. You will come and share with us a few remarks. Yeah, so we shall be having a representative from the from our host university, which is Africa Renewal University. How many of you, if it is your first time to be here, let me just see those hands up. Wow, 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 that's so special. Which university do you come from? Who desires to host us next year? Which university? Bugema, just yesterday we were there. Let's get another. Which university? Please, the one that will say it loud, text. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, so if you've had that university, that is where we shall be next year. It will be, I think, around the 14th or 15th. We are going to be in that university. And trust me, we are going to have both practicing and student social workers. I am glad and happy that I am among those that will be taking part then. So I have had UCU. UCU wants to host us. Metropolitan, which are, some universities have names. Metropolitan. If you don't know English, you can't mention it. Hey, if you don't know English, you can't mention Metropolitan University. Which other university? Bugema were there. So you really need to convince us to return there. So seriously. Which other university would wish to host us? That is easy. Kampala University. In Gaba or in Ruwero? In Ruwero, Gaba. But I think Gaba would be good because after that we shall go and eat fish. Which other university? Chisubi. Has Chisubi ever hosted us? But I remember I came to Chisubi at some point. So Chisubi, we need to come. It's before the express highway. That one. Chisubi, wow, that's very good. Which other university would wish to host us? I hope the team from the Secretariat, Juliet, you're helping to take note. Which other university? By the way, we can even do a vote. Probably the next World Social Workers would be an East African thing where all East Africa universities will gather. It happened in 2013 where Makerere, how many of you are from Makerere? Makerere Zoe. These people hosted the first East African Students Conference in 2013. So we are looking forward maybe to having one. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the following universities that have so far arrived. And when I call out your university, we want to see that, I don't know which sound defines you. I don't know which sound defines you, but feel free to even copy others. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, let's recognize the team from Bugema University. Where are they? Come on, Bugema, please stand up and we get to see you. Wow. So which sound defines you? Which one is that? Oh, Kale, you can have your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with us we have a team. Why I'm talking about a team? Because we have students, lecturers, administrators, and even alumni who have been there. So we have a team from Kampala University. Those from Kampala. Abe Kampala. Wow, wow, wow. A big hand clap to the team from Kampala University. And let me get to hear which word defines you. Pardon? Wow, wow, wow. Please have your seat. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, our host, Africa Renewal. Let me get to see the team from Africa Renewal University. Are you around? Yo, wow, a big hand clap to Africa Renewal. So please, before you see it, which word defines you? Afro. Afro hair, Afro what? But but I think it's a short name of Africa Renewal University. And then there was this university that was making me speak English. So ladies and gentlemen, let's recognize our friends, the team from Metropolitan University. Wow. Please remain standing. The team from Metropolitan University. The team from Metropolitan University. Please, a big hand clap to them. Woo! And sometimes you can know how people are strategic by sitting in front. So which word defines you? MIU Zoe. Oh, wow. Please have your seats. Thank you very much. Our friends from Metropolitan University. And now we have the neighbors of Chisubi University. And who are those? Nkumba University. Where are the team from Nkumba University? Nkumba University. Please, if you know your... Huh? They're on the way? Nkumba, there's no one. Okay, someone to represent them. Someone, wow, but it's okay. So we're expecting friends from Nkumba University. These ones have just come from elections. Chambogo University. Where is the team from Chambogo University? Chambogo University? Where is the team? I know that people have given that answer. Kampala International University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's recognize the team from Kampala International University. Are they around? KIU? So where are those ones? Some were in the jam, others were in what? So where are KIU? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now these ones, I'm always sure that among them, at least there is a sister or a brother. Let's recognize the team from University of Chisubi. You see, there is a sister. I told you. Thank you very much, our friends from University of Chisubi. So which word defines you? Wow. You are unique indeed. Thank you very much, our friends from University of Chisubi. Last but not the least, let's recognize the team from Uganda Christian University. Are they there? Okay, I am here at least. I am here. You've seen me. That's where I started from. But they are coming, I am sure. You know, Mukono is not near. Mukono is very far. The center of excellence in the heart of Africa. Thank you very much. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, these people, let's recognize our colleagues and our friends, the team from Makerere. Please, the team from Makerere. Please stand up, but don't break our chairs. Just stand. The team from Makerere, please wave at us. Wow, thank you very much. And which word defines you? If you ever hear that sound in Makerere, and you are not facing where the people that are saying that are facing, please run for your life. Thank you very much, our friends from Makerere, those from Bugema, those from Kampala University, Makerere, Africa Renewal, Metropolitan, Nkumba. There are over 10 universities right here. And finally, let's see the practicing social workers. If you know you're a practicing social worker, practicing, you're not a student, you're no longer a student. Please rise up. I tell you, I'm not alone. Please stand up. Let's stand up and then we look for our word. Including the lecturers. I know you came from your universities and all those things. Wow, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand clap to this great team. Now, because among them is also our major host, I will not request them to give us a word. Yeah. So, at this moment, allow me take this honor to recognize all the guests that are with us. At the appropriate time, I will get a list of all the guests with their rights, names, and titles so that I address them in full capacity. Some are known to me. Others, I'm knowing them. And I am so excited to be here. Once again, my name is Gerard Okiria. And I am a board member at NASWU. I work with Compassion International as a child and youth specialist. Very exciting. And I'm glad to be your host today. At this moment, allow me welcome Mr. Benon. Did I miss a doctor anywhere? Mr. Benon to address us. Just a brief welcome remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. Hello. I want to teach you something which we used to do those days with the young children. And it was very nice. When I say hello, you say, uh-huh. And then when I say, uh-huh, you say, hello. Uh-huh. You're welcome. I'm so excited to see so many social workers sitting here, and we are expecting more. We are so excited as Africa Renewal University to welcome you. My name is Bernard Wanamba. I work here as a dean, the Faculty of Social Sciences. So we have been organizing this, and we were wondering, are people coming? Well, when we saw you starting to come, we are really, really excited. And so just feel comfortable. Everything is going to be okay. This is Africa Renewal University. I think amongst this room, maybe we are the youngest. I don't know if there is anybody who is younger than us. We are the youngest, but we are also growing. So, so I'm here just to thank God for your coming. But I also want to introduce the people we work with, the management team of African University. And I want each of them is going to come and say a word. I'm going to use protocol. I'm going to welcome the academic registrar, who will welcome the deputy vice chancellor, and then the deputy vice chancellor will welcome the vice chancellor to just greet us and also welcome us so that we feel at home. So, Mr. Registrar, I want to welcome you to come and just greet our visitors. And yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Good morning. How is everyone? So exciting to see all of you here. From how many universities? 10? That's wonderful. My name is Vincent Byamukama, as I'm the academic registrar. I want to recognize some of my staff, my teachers, my lecturers that are here. If you're here, can you please put up your hand? Yes. Where are others? I think they are also coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. It's an exciting day to have all of you. And it's going to be a day of learning, of socializing, of getting to one another. Indeed, as African University, we are blessed. At this moment, I want to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor to also come and say hello and also introduce himself. You're welcome. Dr. Kilama.
Thank you so much, Mr. Byamukama, Vincent. I want to recognize all the different guests that have taken time to come and join us on this national celebration of social work. I recognize all the protocols here, the keynote speaker, Dr. Senko Sibaryejusa, our president of the National Association of Social Work in Uganda. Welcome to Africa Renewal University, a university that exists to equip leaders to transform society. And from the core, we view ourselves as a university that is community and for the community. Me speaking is a social worker. In 2003, I did attain my first degree that is in social work. I'm a member of the National Association of Social Workers in Uganda, and I consider it a great delight to welcome you to this university. Thank you so much for taking off time to join us. We are glad that you actually made it to be a part of this. I would want to welcome our Vice Chancellor, who's going to speak to us and share with us a little bit more about what this university is, its uniqueness, and what it stands for. Dr. David Fugoyo, you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Usually at Africa Renewal University, I know when people see us, they tend to think, these guys are very young. What is going on in this university? We exist also to let everyone know that young people are able to do whatever that can be done. Our team here at Africa Renewal University is indeed relatively young, but qualified to do what it was established to do, or what it is there to do and achieve. I want you to see me very well, because maybe at some point we will meet and then you will be able to say, oh, I met you at some point. My name is Dr. David Fugoyo. I am the Vice Chancellor of Africa Renewal University. Bernard Wanambwa was saying we might be the youngest, and it's true, we might be the youngest because we started as a university in 2013. And these are just a few years ago, and we keep on growing as Africa Renewal University. This university exists to train leaders who can transform society, leaders who can transform church, leaders who can go out and bring about transformation. And I think this is also in line with what social workers do. We are happy today to actually host NASWU here at Africa Renewal University. To us, it is a history. We have been hearing about you. You can clap if you want. We have been hearing about these gatherings happening in other places. So when we go to receive a message that NASWU was asking Africa Renewal University to host their conference this year, we said that was good, that was an opportunity. Why? Many of you have never known about Africa Renewal University. You only got to hear about it when you were given a notification that the conference is going to be at Africa Renewal University. Secondly, so many of the universities in Uganda have not visited us, though we have visited almost every university. NASWU has brought you here, and we thank NASWU for that. Now you know where we are, and now you know Africa Renewal University. We actually invite you to tour the university if you have time to do so. This university exists here in this place they call village, which is Buloba, and we are very happy to be in this village. The reason is this: you cannot be proud of yourself that you have brought in any change if you have not seen the change yourself. But our being here in this village has actually transformed this village to the extent now that Buloba is one of the fastest growing villages in Uganda because of Africa Renewal University. What I am telling you is in line with what NASWU stands for. I am not a social worker. I did theology / leadership most of the time I was in my university. But social work is in my blood, or is in the blood of Africa Renewal University. Because this is what the little knowledge I have about social workers is this. If it's wrong, you let me know. One, social workers exist to fight for justice, social justice. Is true. Number two, by doing so, they are actually alleviating suffering from the people. Is it true? And also, social workers bring in transformation to lives. Or social workers improve lives. Is it true? If it is true, then Africa Renewal University is a great university of social work. Because those are the things also we do. And you can see here, if you had been here before, like 3-4 years ago, and you come here today, you would actually say it is very true. Africa Renewal University has done that, first in this community and also in the communities beyond. We welcome you to Africa Renewal University. Today you are here, seated here in this relatively small hall, but when you come some years to come, you will also see a difference in Africa Renewal University. You will be more comfortable than you are today. We welcome you, and we thank you very much for the work you do, the fight you fight for justice, the work you do to bring in justice. We want to thank you for it. We stand with you because we also believe in what you stand for. Thank you very much. We want to allow you to do the business for which you came today to Africa Renewal University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David. I have noted that to be or to have a title of Vice Chancellor at Africa Renewal, your name should be starting with D. You saw Dr. David, Dr. Dennis. Now me, who is Gerard Ware, my name ends with a D. I don't know which position you will be giving me. Probably the head of the social work department. But thank you very much, Dr. David, Dr. Dennis, and Mr. Byamukama, who shares a name with our national president for social work. If I don't add social work, my friend, the mustard seed can be sown again. But anyway, thank you very much, Africa Renewal, for accepting to host us. And we are so very excited. Another big hand of applause to the Africa Renewal leadership. Please know that we appreciate you and we are very, very excited. After the Secretariat's communication, we are going to be having a panel, just a simple panel for us to internalize, to share our views. What do we understand by the theme? We want to get a blend of practicing social workers and the students. So, and it's going to be random. I hope you are ready. Keep internalizing the theme. And can we all read together what our theme is? The role of social workers in co-building a new social Uganda. Wow. So keep internalizing it. I could choose you to come and be on the panel, and then we get to hear how best you understand the theme. Now, some people always choose to sit in front so that they are easily chosen. You may be seated behind our social workers. We have the theory of inclusiveness. So even those that are seated behind, we will surely have you included. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our national coordinator, who is Mr. Sekate, John Mary, to come and give a brief remarks. Then we shall get to our panel discussion. It's going to be a unique day of celebrating the World Social Workers Day. And the team in the technical side, please prepare a few microphones that will move around. So, John Mary, briefly. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning to you. We are so excited to be hosted by Africa Renewal University. Those who don't know, this is the university which I left before going to National Association of Social Workers of Uganda. They paid me well. And also they fed me well. That's why I moved. I said, no, when you go, you come back. So we are here. We are welcoming all of you on behalf of the Secretariat, on behalf of the President and management of National Association of Social Workers of Uganda. You are most welcome from all of the universities that are here. We are here today to commemorate the World Social Worker Day. Our profession is a unique one. It is the only profession with a seat on UN, and therefore we are shaping interventions from all domains of social work, from mental health, child protection, community engagement. And we believe that students who are here today, they have dreams. They have bigger dreams to change their communities in line with different domains of social work. Dr. Fuguyo, we use an approach in social work called self-determination. Each student here has what he wants to do. We don't impact something on students that you go and be a child defender in a community. But we believe by the time they live here, they will learn from those who are already in practice. We have people who are experienced, who have been doing interventions, who are employing social workers. They want to interface with you today. They want to tell you where your weaknesses are. They want to challenge you mentally. And as such, you will learn. You will learn and also check yourselves. I always give two students an opportunity to share. Social workers are based on the values and principles. It makes us a unique profession globally. I want to invite, if there is one student who can give us one value and one principle of social work. We want one lady and one gentleman. We want to know if we are talking with the right people. Yeah. Yeah? Anyone who can give us one value of social work and one principle. You mention your university and you give us. Yes, she's there. You come. We said this engagement is going to be so interactive. And this is running on live on Facebook of Africa Renewal Ministries, of Africa Renewal University, and NASWU. So even those who are not there, yes, your name, can you remove the cap first?
I'm sorry.
You have something in your head. Yeah, yes. Okay. No, this the theme is without leaving no one behind. So you can mention your name and tell us.
Praise God. By name Sacha Maureen from Africa Renewal University. The value of social work, number one is service. As we social workers, we serve. We are made to serve people, not to serve ourselves. Then the principle, it is the principle of acceptance. We have to accept people the way they are, not depending on the gender, the what, you know. Yeah.
You clap for her. She's representing Africa Renewal University. I want a gentleman. I want a gentleman who can also give us one value without repeating. One value of social work and one principle. Yes. Your university and your name.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Edwin Kawes. I'm a student at Makerere University. Yeah, one principle of social work is confidentiality. Yes, as social workers, you know, we always have to be confidential with the information we get from our clients. And then the value is the value of social justice, as our Vice Chancellor talked about it, the social workers. We aim at promoting social justice in our communities. So that is it. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. I think we are talking with the right people, although there is a mix between values and principles, but we can say they have information about the values and principles. We are unique as a profession, as I have said, because of our values and principles that we hold dear. And we are here to remind ourselves, why are we here to celebrate the World Social Worker Day? Because social workers, we are on the front line of protecting the dignity and worth of people in war situations, during health crisis like COVID-19. Social workers have been at the front line. Here in Uganda, we coordinated and we are rescuing people who are coming from outside Uganda to get back at their worth. I want us to remind ourselves on the principles that govern us. One is promotion of inherent dignity of humanity. We stand because all of us, we are created in God's image, and therefore we need to protect each and every one. That's why social workers on front line to protect refugees, to protect children who are suffering, to protect the poor, to support those who are mentally distressed, especially this time where there is increased mental health needs. We stand to promote social justice, promoting human rights, and also we stand. There is a new principle of ethical use of technology and social media today. We are young people, and most of us, we are on social media platforms. But there is also a principle that governs us, that we need, yes, to harness technology, but we use it ethically. So we are here to remind ourselves on our values and principles, to motivate ourselves as we go in communities, from whenever you come from. These should be on your fingertips. When there is principles, then it means you value that thing. For example, if my principle is upholding inherent dignity of humanity, it means I value the dignity of human beings. So the value is upholding the inherent dignity of all peoples. I want you to go and revise that. The people who are asking you questions in the job market, they want to know a few things about you. They want to know if you know the values that govern you. They want to know if you know the principles. We don't want you to become a surprise to society when you go out there. They ask you, a social worker? Yes. Are you a graduate? Yes. From where? These days they say much from MOOC. From MOOC or from Afro. Then somebody checks you. If you are a graduate, can you tell us about the values? It will be a shame to you, to your university, and also to the time you have wasted in the university. So we are here to remind you about that. World Social Worker Day, we began with Eastern Uganda. They have sent you greetings. We had a conference at Islamic University in Uganda, and younger people like you gathered in Eastern Uganda to celebrate this day. We went in Western Nile at Uganda Christian University on 11th, and also it was beautiful. And also we told them we are going to see what is coming from Central, from Kampala. So we are here to exchange ideas. We have people who will be talking. We shall also invite you students also to share. We have people who have just graduated who are doing wonders in the communities. I'm seeing Kabaka Mordecai, one of my former students here, is doing wonders in rural Mubende. Maybe he will share his experience. We are seeing the team from Africa Renewal Ministries. They are doing a lot. We are having a team from Watoto Church. We have people who are working with refugees. We are having teams from different domains of social work. So we want them to share with you what they do. They employ social workers and where the gaps are for you to change and also adjust yourselves. We are here to celebrate the World Social Worker Day because we are a unique profession and we are at the front line of protecting the lives of many. As we stand today, the entire world is celebrating this Social Worker Day. When you go on Google, you will see the whole world. Social work is a growing profession and is also being recognized globally as the only bulletproof to change the challenges of our time. Issues of climate change, issues, effects of coronavirus and pandemics, social workers are called upon to be at the front line. But not only to be employed, we are here also to motivate you to start organizations in your own communities. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I want to report that our graduates go and search jobs for people who have dropped out of school at senior 4. They present their papers. I'm a graduate of so and so university. I'm looking for a job. And then somebody who is a senior 4 dropout starts laughing at you and said, these graduates of today. I'm not meaning people who are seated here, but we want actually to challenge you, to challenge your mind, that if the job is not there, we are there as a professional body to guide you. How do you start a project in your community? And how can we support you to link you to the partners we have in that particular region? So we want to know those people before we leave here, people who want to start projects in their communities. We have shared our emails, then we will be ready to support you. The other point which I want to make, those people who are seated here, we want to offer you some key documents before you go. I will share them with your coordinators, and then they will cascade the information. One, we want to offer you the ESCO Code of Conduct, so that whatever you do is guided by ESCO values and principles. So that one will be given to each and every participant who has come today. I want also to donate you a book, a new book by International Federation of Social Work, How Social Work Has Changed During COVID-19. Social work has changed, technology has taken center stage. And we believe each and every social worker should read through this book. So we are offering that book to each and every participant who has come today. Because social workers are at the center stage of protecting children in communities, NASWU has been in the effort to standardize the child protection policy in Uganda. There is a National Child Protection Policy 2020 as amended. And the role of social work is highlighted on page 47. So we will give an electronic book, a policy, to each student who is here, so that you can read about the children, the guidelines for children, before you take a stage, maybe to protect them, so that you are knowing what you do. So each student will get a child protection policy as amended. NASWU has been at the front line of interventions, more so during COVID-19. We have done a report which has been published at the international stage. One, at International Federation of Social Work. When you open that page, they have put our report as a model for all associations in the world. But also when you go to the website of Global Social Workforce, these are international organizations that are shaping practice of social work and research. They have also put our report for Uganda as a model for the world. So we shall offer you one report each, person who has participated in this workshop. For each university which is participating, their leadership, NASWU has been standardizing the minimum standard for social work practice in Uganda. There was a confusion of what are the core courses and what are the electives across the universities. And the people who are employing social workers were bringing a lot of complaint that when we engage students from African Renewal University, they seem to know better what they are doing than, let's say, students from University X. So the challenge was on what do we teach these students. Working with the Ministry of Gender, working with the Ministry of UNICEF and all other universities in the country, we have put a minimum standards for social work practice in Uganda, below which universities should not go. This one includes the teaching, the recruitment, but also research and internship, one of the biggest challenges of students today. So we are offering each student who is here a copy of minimum standards for social worker practice in Uganda to guide the internship and research, but each university will also get a copy so that we guide students when they know what to follow. On the side of the profession, we are doing our best. We want you to be part of the global professional bodies like global social workforce. Do you know that you can be a member of a global social workforce? You people who are here, you can go online and register with global social workforce. You go online, there is an organization called Global Social Workforce Alliance, where there is latest research in different domains of social work and opportunities to participate in webinars and research. So as such, we are calling all of you to subscribe to that. We are calling all of you to subscribe to the platforms of NASWU. One, Facebook, you can follow NASWU so that we always share key information for you. We want you also to follow our Twitter handle, which is at @NASWU_. When you look at what is happening, we are trying to update members who are not here to follow what is going on here. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, we are proud that you allowed us to be here and the leadership of NASWU. We are proud for the environment you have protected in this campus. The environment looks serene and green. Looking at the theme today, it is the role of social workers in co-building a new eco-social world. We have what we call green social work, which is focusing now on climate change, modification and prevention. But when you look at the roles of social worker, like advocacy, like a community engagement, you can't talk about eco-social world when you have not talked about the roles of social workers. I will not talk much. I will come back later on. There are students who have done essays. We have assessed you, and we are going to offer you gifts of latest books in social work. I have also shared my latest research and publication. I've been part of a global research body, and we have published a book called Coronavirus Crisis and Its Challenges to Social Development. I've offered that. It is €100, but I've offered at least to the Vice Chancellor and some few people here. So I will offer to each lecturer who is participating here that research, latest book in research. So that to motivate you, we want you to guide students when you are also publishing and also when you are doing research. We want you to tell students writing an article is good when you can also refer them to what you have published. We don't want people who are just theoretical. We want practical lecturers today. So with those few words, allow me first end here. Thanks for your coming.
John, I think that book was also yours. John. Thank you very much. Another big hand clap to our national coordinator, John Mary Sekate. Thank you very much for the great work and for sharing a number of things. And yes, as an association, we are not just warming the chairs. We are serving you. And I want to thank each and everyone who has paid up their membership because it helps to facilitate our secretariat team. And at this moment, I told you we shall be going into a panel discussion, and it's going to be a random panel. But for now, allow me to recognize my colleagues with whom I serve with on the board who are present with us. Allow me request them to come up here so that members can get to see you, and then you assume some seats for now that we can engage further. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those that I serve with at the National Executive Board for the National Association of Social Workers of Uganda, please come. I am now acting like I'm just requesting. My colleagues, please come. Please come. A big hand clap to them. Come on. A big hand clap. I'm not hearing those hand claps. Yeah. So I'll request them to introduce themselves and tell us what they do. And I will request them, if they find it worthy, they can remain on the panel. But if not, it's okay. But for now, we'll begin with you.
A very good morning to you all. Good morning. My name is Esther Nsubuga, formerly working with Bugema University, but currently working with the Central Uganda Conference of the Adventist Church as the Director of Women and Children.
Good morning. My name is Namakula Edith Tumwine. I studied from Makere. Makere, oye? Yes. And I'm a social worker. I was working with Compassion International. Then I retired. I'm now into marketing. Thank you.
Well, please say that was an early retirement. Please have a seat, my colleagues and friends. Esther is our General Secretary, and Edith is our Central Coordinator. For me, as you may see, it's just because I've not yet received my letter as the next governor, but I am the National Treasurer of the association. So all your contributions, all your membership definitely end at my desk, and I always get a report at the end of the month on how we are performing financially. And I want to thank a number of institutions. Wow, John Mary, please get me that list. I've come, he was sending me bank statements, and I came to learn that most of the universities that are here paid up their institutional membership. So if you know your university paid up their institutional membership, please, let's give them a big hand clap. Give yourself a big hand clap. Give yourself, including those that are yet to pay, please give yourself another big hand clap. Thank you very much. Yes, as an association, we don't have major donors. We support our associations ourselves through membership, and that is individual membership. Practicing social workers pay 50,000 every year, whereas students pay 20,000 every year. Institutions like universities pay 300,000 every year. So, and that helps us to pay up our secretariat, to facilitate them. Actually, so far we are not yet able to pay them, but we facilitate them to run the different errands that are at their association, and also to coordinate the nationwide activities. And thank you, John Mary, together with your team, Juliet, a big hand clap to her, and Ben, for the great work they are doing at the Secretariat. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, the panel is missing 3 people. And I want, for those that are out, please know that we feel that you're still part of us. That is why that speaker is there. We knew that the capacity was going to increase. But we want to welcome you so much. Feel at Africa Renewal University. and feel at World Social Workers Day celebrations. And I want to believe some of the institutions that are with us. I would love to recognize Nkumba University. Nkumba University, come on, let me get a wave from you. Wow, thank you very much, our friends from Nkumba University. So friends, Nkumba has finally arrived. Yes, a big hand clap to Nkumba. The other institution is Kampala International University. Are they around? Please, a big Kampala International. Okay. Uganda Christian University. I represented you here. You're still not yet here. Which other one? Chambogo. Chambogo. Where is Chambogo? Chambogo Zoe. Now you people, we shall talk why you didn't give Mandua. But let's leave that topic, and we focus more on the World Social Workers Day. But thank you very much, all of you. Please, I need an updated list. Just recognize our friends that are seated wherever. But once again, we have a team from Bugema, Kampala, Makerere. When I say Kampala, it's Kampala University. Makerere University, Africa Renewal, Metropolitan University, International University, that university, Nkumba, Chambogo, Kampala International, Unique, University of Chisui, and then UCU. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Mr. Bernard to come and join the panel. Where is Mr. Bernard? Mr. Bernard, please come. And then, can we have two students? Which two students are ready to come and share with us just a brief highlight on the theme? I told you it's going to be random. We can have a lady and a gentleman. Which two students? Come on, this is your moment to shine. Yeah, but you led us in an opening prayer. Yeah? Let's have another person. Please. Is that, yes, please come. Then one lady. Is there anyone? Let's have one more person. And please, management, we understand that we hijacked you from a number of responsibilities. Feel free, just in case, but we will also continue. But feel free to always step out whenever you have other engagements. We want to thank you for the remarks, the earlier remarks that you gave us. We'll be glad to welcome you again when you come around. We're expecting you along. That's why we shared with you the program. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. So please have a seat. Let's have one more person. Yes, please come. Well, a big hand clap to her. So one day we went for field work. And then someone was like, this one. Even in my house, we will not see darkness. But it's one university. Anyway, they are the ones it was open to all of us. Please come. Please come. And Mr. Olo, doctor. Yes, Dr. Olo. Where is he? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I received the information, but please take up your seat. Esther, you could just excuse her just a little. So ladies and gentlemen, these people it's going to be a very simple thing. You know, by the never fear. One of the things that will make you succeed in life is when you easily volunteer. And I will tell you some of the secrets that I have. So let's welcome today's panel, the guys in charge of the projector. You can just, okay, it's okay. Please, you are most welcome. Once again, this is the World Social Workers Day. And our theme is the role of social workers in building a new eco-social work. This is one of the unique celebrations that you're having. It's not only happening in Uganda, it's happening across the globe. And we are all having the same theme, co-building a new eco-social work and leaving no one behind. So friends at the panel, kindly introduce yourself once again and tell us what you do. Then I will pose my questions to you, and then you will answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a true illustration of how a social work class looks like. Normally, the ladies are more than the men, but it's okay. So, we will start from, of course, the minority. So, we will start from this side, going to the other side. Feel free to get a microphone and introduce yourself, your name, and what you do.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Sakrigan, and I'm a proud social worker because I'm a social worker by birth. Very proud about that. And I'm a student at Macquarie University. I'm in my final year.
Well, thank you very much, Regan. A big hand clap to Regan. Next. Yeah, you're the next.
I thought I'd already introduced myself.
Do it again as a panelist.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Esther Nsubuga again, the Director for Women and Children at the Central Uganda Conference of the Adventist Church.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Kamwine Juliet. I'm a social work student at Macquarie University, and I'm the General Secretary of the Macquarie University Social Work Students Association. I'm in my final year.
Oh, thank you very much, Juliet.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Dr. Olo Stephen, lecturer, Bugema University, Department of Social Work and Social Administration.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen.
My name is Namakula Edith Tumwine. I'm a marketer with AIQ. I'm also a full-time mother, and I am the coordinator for NASWU for Central Region. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Edith. And I like the unique bits. She's a full-time mother. And right before us, I also see a full-time father who is carrying a daughter. Let's give him a big hand clap. You know that things are not easy. And in social work, we say importance of human relationship is very what? Very key. So, Regan, tell us what unique thing you saw about this theme. It's going to be a simple one. And I will take up, I think, about 3 questions from this side. We have 4 microphones on the table, so the 3 can share, then the other. What unique thing did you see about the theme, and what did you like about it? Feel free to sit, okay, because panelists, you know. Yeah.
Yes, actually, this is a unique theme. And after looking at this theme, then before we arrived here, I was so impressed. Because as all of us who know social work, I can say it's a dynamic activity. And the theme is the role of social workers in co-building a new eco-social Uganda. As all of us we are seeing, indeed, the environment is changing. Look at if you come to education, look at the system of education. The system is changing totally. But now as social workers, how can we enable people adapt to these new changing activities within the environment? That's why I'm saying this theme is very unique to me.
Oh, thank you very much. Anyone on the panel who wants to, I'll take up like 2 or 3 people to answer one question. So what unique thing do you see about this theme? I see Esther and Juliet smiling at each other. I also see Edith. So, wow, thank you very much. So let's get here from Juliet.
Okay, what caught my attention was the part of leaving no one behind. I like the fact that it's involving everyone, irrespective of our different cultures and genders, and we are involving everyone to cause a better change in Uganda.
Wow. I liked the sequence. It seems now they are going to skip the next one and then come to Edith. But no, it's changing. So, Doctor, I see you're more ready. So, Doctor, yes?
Thank you very much. Now, the most exciting thing I see about this theme, one, we are talking about co-building. That means, social workers, you are social scientists, and we cannot work alone. We need each other, and we build each other, and we grow together. So when you talk about co-building, it means that these changes that we are talking about does not need an individual to go alone. We need each other to be involved.
Okay, wow. Esther is looking at me, the one who works with children and women. And then finally, we'll get to hear from this lady also, Edith. So, Esther, yes, what unique thing do you see?
I am looking at eco-social, given that much as we want to progress economically, we also have to be mindful about the environment.
Are you hearing us? Kindly just add some little, or you can get one of the other microphones.
Eco-social. As we are progressing economically, we have to be mindful about the environment. We are having what we have today because our forefathers took good care of it. So the faster we think about progressing economically without being mindful about the environment, then we have to pay the price. As we talk today, the global warming is not a new concept. It is catching up with us. Then the co-building, again, as Doctor has already mentioned, social workers are very unique in this kind of setting because our training helps us understand people and relate to them very well as we want to cause change. We are skilled to understand and relate with people. And we don't work alone because social work is an eclectic course. It works with many other fields. So that is why it is very unique.
Wow, thank you very much, Esther. Let's get here from finally Edith. And for you, I'll even have an interesting question to ask you to start another round of my final question, then we'll get here from the panel.
Yeah, most of the time when you talk about social work, someone imagines people and people, but when you get to appreciate it better, people do not exist independent of their environment. Recently, when I was talking to my mom and were discussing some of the challenges our children are facing, we were talking about allergies. And she's like, now what are allergies? When I was raising you up, we didn't have allergies. Where did they come from? Talk about the increase in cancer today. So most of these are environmental factors, but because the environment has not been taken good care of, it's affecting us as human beings. So as social workers, it's really core, it's critical for us to mind what is happening in our environment in order to take good care of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edith, for that question, for that response. Now, friends, it looks like we are all coming to an agreement that social work cannot work in isolation. Not so? Of course, my in-laws will be saying, Tikwe, and then they answer, even they are here. Okay, so thank you very much, Edith. So, friends, our next question is just a very simple one, and after this, I want you to be ready for questions from the people, the audience. We have very few minutes. I think now we are left with about 5 minutes to end this, and then we shall go to the next. Just imagine you were the key speaker, and you have 1 minute. Which word would you want each and every person here to live with relating to the theme? Yeah. Please feel free to think through that one word, and I know some of them are going to base on that. You can even base it on your personal experience, because I know, for example, Edith moved from what I can call primary social work into another interesting field. So which word would you want people to know in relation to the theme, just as we conclude my questions to you?
Gerald, I'm a social worker. I'm used to talking and talking.
Yeah, that's
so when you say one word, it's quite tricky.
No, okay, make a short sentence.
I have several, but maybe what I can focus on is 1, recycle. 2, care. Okay, care for your environment. What are you doing to change where you live and the people around you? Can you at least talk about it? And 2, can you recycle? Instead of buying a mineral water bottle, can you pack water from home? Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. Wow. Quite interesting thoughts that are coming in right now. So over to you, Doctor. Which word would you want people here to live while it is stuck into their mind in relation to the theme as a social worker? Yes, sir.
Social workers live in an environment And the one word I will give you is change that environment for betterment.
Wow, change that environment for betterment. I hope someone is writing down their question. If you're able to write it down, please write it down and send it to me. I need a volunteer to help me collect those questions, and then we shall then get to hear those that want to air out their questions. Yes, Juliet?
My one word will be teamwork.
Just elaborate. Tell us more.
We need to work together to bring about a better environment, hence leaving no one behind.
Wow, thank you very much. Yes, Esther?
Mine is think about tomorrow. As you enjoy the environment today, think about tomorrow. Whether you will be there or not, think about tomorrow. In other words, live responsibly with the environment.
Wow, wow, live responsibly with the environment. So, Mr. Regan, finally.
Yes, me personally, actually, I don't know whether it's NASWU who coped me or it's me who coped NASWU. Leaving no one behind. This person you're leaving behind is this person who has to push you again to come back for him or her. It's always better. Let us move as a group. Let us not leave anyone behind. And for students, maybe you are reading, you want to pass, you pass and go. But after going, this person who has got to retake is your future boss. You're leaving him or her behind. So let us not leave anyone behind.
Well, thank you very much. Our panelists, please remain there. And I should say that the World Social Workers' Day theme is the start of what we call the People's Summit. How many of you have heard of the People's Summit? We have the People's Summit that is coming up. Please register. Get on the website. You can even get to the IFSW, the International Federation of Social Workers. I was going to say of Uganda. The International Federation of Social Workers, which is the global governing body for social workers across the globe, or the Commonwealth Organization of Social Workers, where I also serve as a board member, to get to know about the People's Summit. Please register and you'll get to know why IFSW is commissioning this theme across the globe. So thank you very much. Now, friends, back to you. Assuming these are, of course, these have been our panelists, so now it's coming to you. Which question would you give to them? What would you want them to respond? And all these are unique people. Yes, I see a hand behind. Thank you very much. I need a volunteer to help us move a microphone to the back. I will take, I think, about 3 questions. Yes, that is 2, 3, 4. Those are done. Unfortunately, there's no gender balance, but it's okay. Let's take it at that. So if you know I pointed, there's one the other side. I need a volunteer. So there's one behind there. I need a second microphone. Do you have another cordless? Do we have another cordless there? Okay. So let's get to here. Which question do you have for the panelists?
Good morning, everyone.
Please stand. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I would like to ask the panelists, what vision and action plan is stated in the theme? To any of the panelists. Thank you. I'm Mulinda Adam, Kumba University.
I hope you have taken up that question. Okay, there was a hand here, then there was another one. This gentleman in blue, then there was a 4th person around here. Okay. So please ask your question.
Good morning, everyone. This is Sanchez from Bugema University. I'm asking the people in front, as you say that we are supposed to involve everyone or not leaving everyone behind, how are we going to involve them?
Okay, so how are we going to involve them? Thank you very much, our brother from Bugema. Then we shall have him. Then he will be the last.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
This is Gideon from DJ University. My question goes to the one in the front. As you say that we should work leaving no one behind, and through the experience is that the position of the social workers in the government are being given to the people who are not responsible, to the people who are not the social workers. So, what are we going to do for that?
Wow,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. We'll have the final one. I think it was him. If I'm to add, I will only add ladies because these have been gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
My name is Senyondo Primo from Kampala University. When I tried to read the notification from NASWU,
Try to be a little loud. Thank you.
when I tried to read the notification from NASWU, it was saying that our theme is directly related to the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, I request the panelists, each of them to at least identify one Sustainable Development Goal, which is in line with our theme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All questions are receivable, but answering is optional. So thank you very much. We will take it up at that. Kindly, let's first do that round of questions. No, just a minute. Oh, I really wouldn't want to take more questions. Are you taking note of them? Yes. Okay, yes?
Good morning, fellow social workers.
Good morning.
My name is Edwin Godiva from University of Kisubi. And my question to the panel is, given the eco-social Uganda vision and the current environmental degradation in Uganda, how can a social worker be equipped to support and advocate for the displaced persons in the reclaimed area, violating laws and procedures that are existing? I thank you. Given the eco-social Uganda, which I would say is our vision as social workers, and then the current environmental degradation, of course, which is in place because people are looking for settlement and farming. How can a social worker be equipped? If I'm a social worker, for example, has happened in an area where I stay, how do I come in? How is the association equipping me? Am I protected in any way, such that if I have to come in, maybe to help these persons who are being displaced, does the association equip me? Am I protected?
Okay, quite an interesting question. Thank you very much. That's a very big question. There's a hand here. Please, I'm only taking in the next 4 ladies. So there was a hand here. The first 4 were men. So that is 1. This is the... Okay, what you do, you be the 4th one. Because by the time the microphone comes here, I don't want it to go back behind. You'll take her and then she'll be the last one.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Vema from Bugema University. I would wish to ask the panelists the question which goes, what is the role of social workers in co-building?
What's the role of social workers in co-building? So you can bring that mic here, we'll give her. Our friends out, in case you also have a question, feel free to raise up your hand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nadia Kese from Kampala University. But the question I wanted to ask is, why is climate change a key issue for social workers? And how can social workers contribute effort to address it? Thank you.
Well, as a social worker, you need to have broad knowledge. Hey.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm Babas Aisha from MIU, that is Metropolitan International University. My question goes to Dr. Stephen. Has said
that is social workers he has said what?
I know he has said we can cause a change in the environment. So I want him to explain how we social workers can cause change in the environment.
Okay.
Thank
you very much, our sister. So we shall begin with Dr. Stephen Mbu. So tell us. So you have a number of questions, then we have a minute. Please respond to those questions, and then we shall go to our next session. I hope the team in the technical side are ready.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the last person who asked the question for identifying me directly to answer this question. How can we change the environment? Now, this is one thing that I will tell you is you should not allow the community, people who are not social workers, to define you who you are. That is one thing. I'll just go straight to the point. Let not others who are not social workers define you and call you other names like volunteers and many others that will accompany that statement. Secondly, don't actually go to a place and you start asking for a job. Be the job yourself and tell them you can do something. We don't know about your skill until you start practicing that skill. Don't tell us about the theories that you learned in school. There are so many theories. Don't tell us about psychodynamics. Don't tell us about child growth. Don't tell us about all those. But be the living practice that they can look at. And I would say that this person actually is from a university and is an example that we can follow. Change takes time, but by looking at you, they will see that change in you. Another thing is there's also questions that was asked, what is the role of social work in co-building? That means wherever you leave this place, as you go from this place, first of all, you don't have to remain the same. You need to involve others and also teach them. You don't have to wait and go to the university to teach. Start by teaching others around you of what social work is. Social work is not a theoretical course. It is a practical course, as even John Mary said at the beginning. Okay. We understand what it is.
So, Doctor, you'll choose just one question?
I've already answered two.
Okay. One more. No, you will just choose the last one.
I give another one. Now, another thing, there are many things which have been said, but I also want to answer the question on the issue of sustainable development. I will just mention one. That is, there are actually sustainable development, I think there are about 17 of them. And there is one that talks about no poverty. When you look at poverty and the people in the societies, this is why we need social workers. You are not going to give them money, but when you give them the knowledge, at least you are not giving them the fish. You are giving them how to fish. And on top of that, there is also another one that talks about decent work and economic growth. That is co-building when there is economic growth related to the first one that I said, and no poverty. There are many I will talk about.
Thank you very much,
Gerald
Doctor.
will not allow it.
And we want to thank you for answering for all your colleagues on that question of sustainable development goals. So let's get to hear other colleagues respond to the questions. Yes, Esther, as Juliet Regan, then Edith prepares.
I would like to respond to how are we going to involve everyone. We are skilled to work with people. So when we go out to the people, we should let everyone know that they are all important to begin with. Let each one feel that he or she is important. And let's educate, create awareness about the effects of what is likely to happen if we don't live up to what is expected of us in relating with the environment. And then let each one know that our contribution to sustaining the environment is important. And we should be like, should I say watchdogs? What happens elsewhere should concern you, because at the end of the day, the effects of the climate change, not each one of us may have contributed, but we are all being affected. So let us all know it is our responsibility.
Wow, then the last question.
Then the last one, positions of social workers are being taken up by non-social workers. This is a great concern, but there are efforts underway to ensure that with time we get there. With time we get there. The NASWU is working with Ministry of Gender, working with Ministry of Education, working with Ministry of Health. And as we talk now, there are organizations together with the ministry which are contacting NASWU in order to employ people to fill, employing the right people to fill the social work roles.
Yeah.
So I am calling upon you to be active members, because you will not be picked on when you're not registered as a NASWU member. So when you are going to be picked on, the first requirement is you have to be a registered active member of NASWU. So
Yes.
it's not that we are promising we'll be there tomorrow, but there are efforts underway and they are very promising.
Yeah, and I should say that I got my first nice job because I had a membership card. So I don't know which number I am in terms of jobs, but at least. So Riga, please respond to any of the two questions that were asked. Then Juliet, then we'll conclude with Edith.
Okay, there was a question: are social workers thriving or doing various activities to protect the environment? Someone asked, are we protected? And my answer is very easy. Dear fellow social workers, as we are carrying out our activities, most times we are frustrated. We are frustrated. I'm telling you, out of experience, though I'm not yet employed anywhere, but during my internship, indeed, social workers, we are frustrated. But you as a person, depending on the values and the principles, don't fear this frustration, because you know what you want as a social worker. Then someone asked a question about climatic change. What can we do? Now, for issue of climatic change, this starts with me and you. We will not go anywhere else to say we are fighting for climatic change, yet we social workers, because in whatever we are doing, we have to act as examples. You're talking about creating social development, but you as a person, even right now we are here, but ask yourself, do you know the name of your neighbor, right or left? Do you know the name of your neighbor? Yes. So, but you can find as social workers, sometimes we are not social. So, protecting environment, it starts with me and you. So, as social workers, let us always, everywhere you go, me as Sakurigan, always, I make sure, every place I join, people have to feel my presence as a social worker.
Yeah.
Not in a bad way. Because the moment people feel your presence, when it comes to impacting your life, what will happen? It will be very easy. So that's all. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Regan. And yes, let's get to listen from Juliet.
Maybe to add something small about climate change. How can social workers cause change in the environment? Just like Edith said, she talked about recycle. Instead of buying mineral water and you dump the bottle, you can actually carry water from home. You're actually keeping the environment clean and you're actually creating change. Then, what do social workers need to do? Okay, I'm just adding because all questions have been answered. She talked about how we've been skilled, and maybe what social workers do, they actually empower people. People are going to ask, how are you going to empower people, yet we actually also just, They talked about you can actually come and you start up a project in your community, and this project you're actually starting up, you're involving people, and you're actually empowering them to do something on their own. They are becoming better people. They are building their environment and their society. And through that, you're actually involving everyone through the different projects you're actually taking on. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you. Then finally, we'll have Edith. And I know the technical team is preparing our next activity. Yes?
Yes, I wanted to talk about the first question, which talks of vision and action plans. The vision and the action plan set in the theme. I love the word action plan. After this workshop, after this conference, what can I do as me? Yeah, change begins with me as an individual. Like I told you, I'm a full-time mom. I have taught my children rubbish, okay? We have rubbish that goes into the garden, and then we have rubbish that is carried in a truck, and they know what to put where Kavera goes and where the banana peel goes. And things of our generation today is internet, okay? Yes, social media. How are you using that phone besides sharing the jokes and the fun and everything else? Can we use that as a tool to talk about our ecosystem, to talk about the challenges in our environment? Just send a line, a word, a quote to your circle of friends on a daily basis. Trust me, you'll influence millions by the end of the year. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. So a big hand clap to our panelists of the day. Come on, a big hand clap. Okay, now this is what you are going to do. This is what you are going to do. Let me get to hear a big hand clap to our panelists. For those that are out there, woo! You guys rock. You guys rock. I feel you. Hey, I don't know whether that's the right word. But anyway, since we are almost in the second floor, we understand each other. So I feel you guys. So let's give them another big hand clap as they take up their seats. Thank you very much, Regan. Thank you very much, Esther. Thank you, Edith. Thank you. This is the first person to return a pen. Julie, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lolo. Olo. Thank you very much, Dr. Olo. A special recognition to Juliet. She has returned a pen. Some of us have a history. You report to campus or to school with one pen, but by the time you leave, you have a box of pens that are even not complete. So thank you very much to the first gender to return a pen. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I want to invite our friends from Africa Renewal Ministries, AMS, to come and take up their seats here as they show us this video. A big hand clap to them. Renewal campsite on a boat. We're very many, and the storms came. If you've ever sailed on water, you can only experience that when you benefit from Africa Renewal Ministries. So thank you very much. As they take up their seats, they're going to show us a video, and they will just have a few words just to add to it. So ladies and gentlemen, another big hand clap to them. And I want to hand it over to the technical team. Please proceed and play for us that video. Thank you.
Hello friends, my name is Stephen Satimba, Child Care Director at Africa Renewal Ministries. One of the things that we have is child sponsorship. And under child sponsorship, we have seen over 6,200 children that have been sponsored through the program. We have been able to do during this COVID season is to reach out to our children with homeschooling programs, discipleship programs, and we have engaged several teachers, and we have seen most of our children benefiting from the program. Not only that, the other thing we have been able to do is we have done radio programs, we have done megaphons, and all this has been in the faith and in the spirit of reaching out to our children so that they
Renewal Ministries, and I coordinate Mercy Ministry.
Good morning, everyone. I see there are people far who don't see me, especially the ones the other side. My name is Stephen Satimba. I work with Africa Renewal Ministries as the Child Development Director, but also a pastor serving under Gaba Community Church. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Henry Muguluma. I work with Africa Renewal Ministries as the Director in charge of Leadership Development. I also write books.
Good morning, everyone.
And we have engaged.
I'm Harriet Chisaku, and I work with Africa Renewal Ministries as the Community Outreach Director.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Namata Jacqueline. I work with Africa Renewal Ministries as the Child Sponsor Relations Officer.
Wow. Thank you very much, Ruth, Stephen, Henry, Harriet, and Jackie. The video is ready. Please go ahead and play it. And after that, they will share with us a brief on what they do.
Hello friends, my name is Stephen Satimba, Child Care Director at Africa Renewal Ministries. One of the things that we have is child sponsorship. And under child sponsorship, we have seen over 6,200 children that have been sponsored through the program. We have been able to do during this COVID season is to reach out to our children with homeschooling programs, discipleship programs, and we have engaged several teachers, and we have seen most of our children benefiting from the program. Not only that, the other thing we have been able to do is we have done radio programs, we have done megaphones, and all this has been in the faith and in the spirit of reaching out to our children so that they can be able to focus on the Lord. Other highlight is the Jesus film. We thank God so much for that because we have been able to partner with Life Ministries, and through that we have been equipped and had our staff trained in the Jesus film project. What that is doing is it is increasing our level of reach as we reach out to our children in the different various communities. But not only that, we want to thank God so much that we also started a TV program, Kids 252. And here we are working with the Mwangaza, and we are working with the child development, and we're doing a discipleship program as we reach out to several children all over Uganda. We want to also thank God so much for His goodness when it comes to Bethany Village. At Bethany Village, we take care of children that have been abandoned, orphaned children that have been abandoned or have nowhere to stay. And this year we started with over 54 children in the home. We want to thank God so much for His goodness that out of that, by the end of 2021, as we're closing 2021, we are able to resettle over 14 of them back into their community. Lastly, I want to talk about Loving Hearts Babies Home. Loving Hearts Babies Home, one of the things that we're passionate about is to see that these abandoned babies are placed in loving and caring families, or resettled back to their families. We want to thank God so much for His faithfulness that out of that, this year we have been able to take care of over 54 babies that we have been able to take care of. And out of those 54 babies, 15 of them have been fostered. But also in addition to that, we have been able to reunify 12 babies back to their families. And we want to thank you for your support and for loving us. May the Lord bless you so much.
Hello, my name is Henry Muguluma. I work as the head. Hello, my name is Henry Muguluma. I work as the head of the Mobile Bible
Africa Renewal Ministry
of God. The other program we have is the MBS Mobile Bible School, which basically trains local church pastors. These are people who have never been to school, or they dropped out of school, and yet God has called them and given them churches to pastor. So the program of the MBS Mobile Bible School reaches out to them and equips them with ministry basics to just help them to become better pastors, better ministers, and better leaders. This year, we wanted to train 250 participants, local pastors. What happened is that we had 286 people register, even though eventually we are still able to train 265 people. Those are the ones who were able to complete the program at the end of the day.
Hello, my name is Harriet Chisaku, Community Outreach Director, Africa Renewal Ministries. I would like to thank God for 2021 because it's been an amazing year in our section. The Lord has provided enormously, and we've been able to reach out to many, many people within the different communities. Under community outreach, we do 4 main things. One is the partnerships, both with local churches and Western churches. And this we do through the different missions that come through to serve at the local churches. Then we also have Mercy Network, where we give food packs and relief to the different homes that are vulnerable, where we have the elderly, the malnourished children, and the very sick people. We also have the special projects, whereby we set up different construction sites and buildings for the different communities in which we work. We also have sustainability, and this mainly came up after COVID, when we realized that many of the people had lost their businesses due to the lockdowns. Under partnerships, we have 13 church church-to-church partnerships, whereby we have churches with a relationship. We have a Western church relating with a local church, and they do different activities from buildings to missions to sponsoring children. Then this year we've had 4 mission teams, mainly due to COVID and the different lockdowns in different areas of the world. We were only able to have 4 mission teams, which were mainly strategic. Then we had 2 outreaches in Chengeza and NASWU, and here we distributed over 150 food packs to the people. Under Mercy Network, we are currently working with 13 churches all over the country, and in each church we have 25 families, which gives us a total of 325 beneficiaries. This year, we're able to give out 3,900 food packs to the Mercy Network beneficiaries. That is a food pack every month. The food packs contain carbohydrates, protein, and vitamins for the special groups of people. We also had relief, whereby we're giving out COVID relief food to the different communities. That includes the drivers, teachers, CDP children, Mercy Network people, disabled children, and prostitutes, and different people in the community. We were able to give out over 20,000 packs to the different people, and this we've done on a monthly basis since June. Under special projects, we've had a number of projects that we constructed. One is the 2 Mercy Centers in Kawempe, that is Pentecostal Life Church and Bible Gospel Church. These are 4 classroom blocks and a toilet block for each of the areas. Currently, the one in Pentecostal Life Church is done. provided furniture, we provided sewing machines, and these centers are basically to reach out to the vulnerable women within the community and also the Mercy Network beneficiaries. Then we've also done 2 church roofs, that is in Mercia Community Church and Bethlehem Community Church. We've also done 3 boreholes, that is in Kanoni, Rukunjiri and Rakai. We really thank God for provision because even amidst COVID, the Lord has still provided. The 4th area is sustainability. Like I told you, this came up after COVID, where we realized that a number of our people had lost their jobs, others had consumed all their capital, and many of them were starving. So we've had a number of interventions to help people get back to their feet. Number 1 is entrepreneurship training, where we've had 102 beneficiary trained, and 90% of these were women. Like you train a woman, you train a nation. Out of the 102 beneficiaries, 30 of them have been able to receive capital, and we've seen their businesses boosted. Others are still training because of the lockdown. We had to push the training to the end of the year. But we believe by early next year, they will also be receiving the capital. Then in Soroti, we trained farmers, still in the same, and 17 farmers received capital, that is groundnut seeds, and they were able to plant and harvest abundantly in their groundnut gardens. Then we were also able to give 15 pastors, borders, to help them with transportation and to be able to earn a little income for their families. Then we also distributed 10 cows to the different pastors within the different regions that we serve. We would like to thank God so much for the provision that He's given us this year, because we've been able to reach to more people than we've ever reached.
I am Dr. Martin Nkundechi here at WENS Medical Center in Gava. We have all our teams in all the 4 clinics that Renewal Healthcare supports in good health. Subi Medical Center has continued to serve. Molete Medical Center has continued to serve. The clinic at Africa Renewal University, Cornerstone Medical Center continues to serve, and Bethany Medical Center. WENS Medical Center has remained open. Actually, our numbers went up in this period. We have been seeing about 45 patients a day on average. Some days we've seen about 30, some days have gone up to 90 patients a day. That's a huge number for us here at WENS Medical Center. As a health system, we have also officially and formally launched Renewal Healthcare. This was a dream for many years. We've used the word Renewal Healthcare for who we are, but had not registered it formally. It's now a charity in Uganda. It's registered as an NGO. Renewal Healthcare, we now have the vehicle that we need to provide medical camps across this country. We also run our Patient Assistance Fund. The Patient Assistance Fund this year has helped people with surgeries. It has helped mothers have babies safely here at WENS Medical Center. It has helped children save their lives with heart care and heart patient care at the Uganda Heart Institute. The Patient Assistance Fund continues to grow and to serve. It's with this same fund that we've been able to provide immunizations here at WENS Medical Center. Over 12,000 jabs for both Pfizer and AstraZeneca have been provided here at WENS Medical Center, one of the most organized and lead facilities in this region of Machindi. Thank you for working with Renewal Healthcare to make life better for Ugandans.
Is under Mercy Ministry. That is what I want to comment about. We have a holistic kind of approach into the community where we don't only distribute food, but we also address the spiritual component. We address the economic component, as Harriet has mentioned. We address the social issues, as well as the, those are the issues that we engage in as Mercy Ministry to hope to transform our communities.
Thank you very much. Let's get here.
Hello again. My name is Stephen. What an honor. I think I would say what has been shared is an interesting reality that we're going through as Africa Renewal Ministries. The emphasis there is that we are working with the local church. Everything we do it through the local church. And being today on this platform and fora, and looking at the role of social workers in co-building. I like the word co-building. Is when you watch those videos, you begin to see where you can be a solution. Because someone was asking a question, how can we be a solution as social workers? You begin to see where you can be a solution. But also, when you watch that video and the things that we are doing, you begin to see also the other co-builders. In other words, we are not the only ones doing or implementing the change. Let your eyes be open to the other co-builders. When you look at the video for sponsorship during COVID, we partnered with schools, we worked with teachers, we worked with the church, we worked with the health centers there, because we are looking at the different co-builders in the community. So just again to encourage you for our theme today and for what we're doing today, and for you that are still at university, we are waiting for you to come and be part of the transformation. Thank you.
And you should assure him that we are coming. Yes, let's get here from.
Hello. Yes. Hello? Yes. Can you hear me? All right. Okay. I mentioned my name is Henry Muguluma. I work with African Ministries as the person in charge of leadership development. And one of the things that I've noticed, I've worked with the ministry for about 17 to 20 years now. And one of the things I've noticed is that there is so much need in our communities, so much need in our country, so much that even if all of us here went out and started engaging, would still not complete the need which is there. And that is an exciting thing. One can look at it as a burden, but that is an opportunity that there is work for every social worker who is here, and so many more who are out there. If you could only just realize that the world needs you, that Uganda needs you, communities need you, children and women need you, there is just so much we can do to make a difference in our nation. And that's why we are excited, not just to do programs, but also to empower people to be agents of transformation in their communities.
Thank you very much, Henry. And ladies and gentlemen, special recognition of the arrival of our guest of honor. That is Reverend Pastor Dr. Peter Kasirivu. A big hand clap to Pastor. You're most welcome, sir. It's always an honor to seeing you and having you. We are in the final presentation, additional words on the video on the Africa Renewal Ministries. So your team here is doing justice, and they're doing us so well. So thank you. Let's get to hear from Harriet, then we shall have Jack.
Hello. My name is Harriet, like I mentioned earlier. One thing about Africa Renewal Ministries is we've been working in a number of communities. Currently, we are working in over 14 districts all over the country. And as a ministry, we began as a Christian NGO, and our focus was mainly on children. But then we realized that in the community where the children come from, it's not just the child. There's the mother, there's the father, there's the abandoned baby, there are the transporters. So as a ministry, we began expanding, doing other things within the communities. So we ended up distributing food to the vulnerable, realized that we have the university students, the high school students that needed leadership training, because as a country, we know what leadership can do to us. So we've ended up expanding one day at a time. And this rhymes well with your theme that leaves no one behind. When we were giving out food, it was not just our children. You find the taxi drivers were hungry, so we had to give them food. Then realized that even the prostitutes were hungry. A number of people within the community. So ideally, as a ministry, we are doing everything in the community, and that is an indicator to you as upcoming social workers that everyone is important, and you as social workers are important. Just your being in that community, you need to have your eyes open. What are the challenges in these communities? In each community that we've visited, we are overwhelmed with the amount of need that is, and we can only do so much. But if we all join hands, I believe the sky is the limit. Thank you.
Harriet, just a minute, just before you give to Jackie. You know, you have highlighted something that struck my mind in the whole video, that you reached out to prostitutes, and yet you are a Christian organization. How easy was it for you? Pastor is here. We are also here.
Of course, the situation was favorable to us in that they were hungry. They were not working. So when we mentioned that we have food, they actually came to church. And we could not take photos of their faces because we need to respect them as social workers. So we only took their backs as we were capturing the event. And we had to preach the gospel to them because to us as a church, we reach out to everyone.
Well, I hope you're learning, friends. Sometimes you'll go in a community with totally different values from what you think should be right. But that does not mean that you don't reach out to them. So thank you very much. That really touched my heart. Yes, Jackie, finally.
Thank you so much. As I said earlier, and everyone has been mentioning it, my name is Jackie. One of the roles of social workers is advocacy. So as a ministry, we advocate more for the vulnerable and needy children all around us. Wherever you look, there are children that are hungry, there are people that are needy, and those are the ones that we advocate. So as social workers, that sometimes when you have the resources, or when you know where the resources are coming from, and there's this other person on the other side that has a need. So we reach out to them through our advocacy. We try to find help and resources that can help them. For the children, we love to develop them holistically. We have the 3 C's that we mainly look at: the character, the competence, and the calling. When we reach out to the needy children in society, we do not only give them food or school fees, and that is all. We also develop them holistically to help them become better people in future, and we also reach out to them with the knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you so much.
A big hand clap to our second set of panelists for that great presentation. Please, I want to hear those hand claps. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, you can take up your seats, and we want to thank Africa Renewal Ministries for reaching out to different people, different categories. One amazing thing is, I think the farthest I have gone, the most remote places I have gone was, do you know where Lamogi Rebellion took place? Do you know where Lamogi Rebellion took place? Somewhere in a village called Guru Guru. And Africa Renewal Ministries is there. So a big hand clap to them. So when you're asking for internship and they send you to Guru Guru, please don't say, there are no taxis here. Relax. You're reaching out to people in the community. Praise the Lord. Hey, sorry, I am born again. So when you hear praise the Lord, it surely comes. But I know we are here, people from different religions, different tribes, different colors, and thank you for taking part in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we are how many of you have so far benefited from the time you came? Come on, give a hand clap. Let me hear those hand claps. Yeah. So as I invite Dr. Senkosi, I want to give special recognition once again to the universities that have joined us. And I want to see you wave now that especially our guest of honor is here. Some of you may not be knowing him, but he's one of the most humble people I've seen, though very influential. We shall give more of his details but I am always humbled to always have him. He's one of those social workers that have educated me and have contributed to the leadership style that I adopted of servant leadership. So, friends from Bugema University, let me get to see you. Wave at us. Bugema University. Woo! Thank you. Thank you. Let's get to see the team from Kampala University. Kampala University. Wow. Thank you very much. In the morning, we had to make them stand, but I'm sure they are Makerere University. A Makerere. Please, you wave like as if you're the strong Makerere that we hear. Aha, thank you. Africa Renewal University. Our host. Woo! Wow. The way the people out have made that nice noise, it looks like now that the chancellor is here, they are assured of a special meal. Metropolitan International University. Metropolitan International University. Wow, thank you very much for coming. Nkumba University. Nkumba. Wow, thank you very much. Our friends from Nkumba University and our colleagues. The team from Chambogo University. Chambogo. Wow. You've increased miraculously. Wow, Makerere and Chambogo, you are twins who have lived a very nice life in the history of education. So we want to thank you so much. Kampala International University, KIU. Where are colleagues from KIU? Kampala International University. There's a hand I'm seeing small outside. Please confirm that it is yours. Wow, thank you, our friends from Kampala International University. University of Chisui. I told you the unique bit about this university. It always has what? A sister or a what? Who are not related to us, but we call them sisters. So let's recognize the team from University of Chisui. And definitely there is sister. That is sister who? Sister? Jovia? Clovia. That is our sister. Wow. The team from Uganda Christian University. Now, really, I need to get in touch with my former lecturer, Mr. Kasuri. So thank you very much, friends. We want to also thank the practitioners, practicing social workers, and I've seen practicing social workers from different areas. So please, let me see the practicing social workers. Please stand up and we get to see you. The practicing social workers. Wow. The practitioners. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. We also want to give special recognition to the lecturers that have come along with these universities. Please also you kindly stand up and wave at us. The lecturers, the social work educators, thank you so much for coming. And we appreciate the time you've spent to join the rest of the world to celebrate the International World Social Work Day. And as I told you, this day was set apart by the UN Council to be celebrated every third Tuesday of the month of March is World Social Work Day. So it's commemorated, including at the United Nations offices. So it's not only for Uganda, but it's across the globe. We want to thank you so much. And when you go to represent us in the different countries, please know that Uganda is one of the leading countries across the globe in marking and celebrating this day. So let's give ourselves a big hand clap as Ugandans. So ladies and gentlemen, I take this honor to invite my colleague, as I told you, whom we serve with on the board, but this time around is coming as one who is going to give us a special communication relating to the theme. It's a keynote address on the theme. That is Dr. Senkosi. Dr. Senkosi, the head of Department of Social Work from Chambogo University. So let's give him a big hand clap. A big hand clap to Dr. Senkosi. Yes. So, Doctor, you're welcome.
the guest of honor, and the president of Africa Renewal Ministries, and chancellor of Africa Renewal University, Dr. Peter Kasirivu, the management of Africa Renewal University, President NASWU. I think he's not yet here, but I think he's sending a representative, so he'll be here. Members of the NASWU. I know Gerard is one of them. I don't know whether they are, oh, Edith, I mean, yes, Esther is also here. So, lecturers of social work from the different institutions, students, and all invited guests, you are welcome, and happy World Social Work Day. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for organizing this. As you have heard so far, that this is it's an International Social Work Day. It is celebrated all over, but that was not the case really in Uganda. The celebrations are more recent. So we want to thank the organizers for putting up this so that we are able to join the rest of the social workers in the globe to celebrate this day. I'm also happy to be back at Africa Renewal University. It's kind of like homecoming experience. Yes, I have ever worked here. Yes, but I think like 4 years back, that's when I stopped coming here. So today, the theme that we are looking at, where I've been asked to give a keynote address, is the role of social workers in co-building a new eco-social Uganda. And the theme that we have for Uganda is just customized from the one from the International Federation of Social Workers. And so this year's theme is a very important theme for us as social workers, and it comes at a critical time to us as social workers. And this is because, it is looking at the eco-social world, but why it is important to us as social workers is because of our long-held focus on a person in environment model. That social work practice model, it has been dominant for many years. It was first written on by Mary Richmond in 1922 in her book, What is Social Casework? And since then, up to now, it is actually the model that has been guiding social work practice. It is the model that we have been using as we practice. But it's also, this theme is also critical to us because of what is happening in Uganda. What's happening in Uganda? It could be globally, but we want to look at Uganda. In Uganda, when you talk about global warming, climate change, all those are real things. They are happening. When you look at the tree cover loss, we have had a 12% between 2001 and 2020. You talk about poverty, the poverty, we have 21% live below the poverty line. But that's probably income poverty. But if we looked at other poverties, the figure or the can go up to be higher. But also when you talk about the inequality, the Gini coefficients in 2012 was 0.4, and that was for income. But we know of other inequalities in Uganda. We know of the health inequalities. You know, the health inequalities were amplified during the COVID pandemic, where the rich, those who were able to pay, were able to access certain services, like oxygen, okay? But also, if you go to education, those who are able to pay are able to access quality education. And those who are not able to pay, they go and attain some form of education or something that looks like education. So the inequalities are real. So both on the ecological point of view, but also from the social point of view, we see that actually this theme is very relevant to us. So the theme looks at the people and the environment. The ecological bit, the eco, is focusing on the environment, and then the social is focusing on the people. The social focuses on the people. We are saying we are talking about a new eco-social world. I know that there is quite a lot of literature on eco-social concept. Although most of those publications, they don't give us a definition of what eco-social is. Probably they take it for granted that all of us know what eco-social really means. I attempt a definition of my own, and that definition will guide everything I'm going to say next from here. I look at the eco-social world as a world that fairly utilizes the natural resources for the well-being of people without compromising the natural world. That's the eco-social world. That's the eco-social concept, that we are using the resources, the natural resources God gave to us for the well-being of people, but then as we are using them, we are not compromising the natural world. The natural world is protected. And even for Christians, I don't know for other faiths, when you read the Bible, read Genesis chapter 2, verse 15 is very instructive. When God picked the man and placed him in the garden to work it and protect it, he was never given the garden to destroy it. He was given a garden to work it and protect it. And actually, there are instructions of what you could use to eat in that garden, but also to protect it. So we have a responsibility to actually protect the ecology, our environment, the physical environment, the natural environment that we live in as we talk about the well-being of people. So from the eco-social and the definition that I have given, you can see that the well-being of people and the well-being of the physical world both are considered. They are taken care of. And I'm using the word well-being in quotes because unlike human beings, I don't think the well-being of the ecology or the natural world is the same, because for people, we can talk about physical well-being, psychological, emotional, economic, okay? There are all those facets, and those do not apply to the natural environment. However, the natural environment is living, so we don't need to compromise because it can die. So that's why we are looking at co-building the new social Uganda. And I talked about social work, long held view and perspective of the person in environment. You would think that because for long we have been talking about the person in environment, that social workers actually have been promoting the well-being of the natural world or the physical world. But that's not the case. What happens, although we talk about the person in environment, we always focus on the person and the social environment. We always ignore the physical environment, the natural environment. We are more concerned about people. We are more interested in the well-being of people and the social world. Even when you look at the authors, social work scholars, you can look at Jermaine when he writes about the ecology or the environment. He talks about the physical environment. Then after talking briefly about the physical environment, the rest of the writing is on the social environment. So almost all the social workers who have written, even when you look at the system theory, which borrows from the ecological perspective, the 4 systems, or these days, I mean, they go up to 5. The 4 systems that we talk about, they are all social systems. When you talk about the client system, you talk about the target system, the action system, all those fall under the social. The physical is not included. I know that of recent there are some social workers who have tried to bring in the physical, but even when you read the literature, the physical environment they are talking about is that environment when you are practicing with the client, okay? That as we are in this room, this physical environment in this room, that's what they are considering. But the theme today is drawing us back to actually consider the physical environment, the natural resources that we are using so that we don't compromise their well-being. And the theme we are looking at, the role, what is the role of social workers in co-building that new eco-social Uganda? What can we do as social workers, or how can we co-build the new eco-social Uganda? This can be done by looking at the types of social work practice. And there are majorly 2 types. We talk about direct practice, okay? We talk about direct practice, and then there is the indirect practice. The direct practice, sometimes we refer to it as primary social work practice, where you provide a service to the client. Then the indirect one, you don't have a client, but you can engage in things like advocacy, policy formulation, research, all those ones. But they contribute to the well-being, but you don't have a particular client in mind. So even as we talk about the role can be approached from that. And for the direct practice, social workers need to work with the clients, to partner with the clients. And we know that that's the philosophy of social work, that we work with clients, we don't work for them. So even when we hear the theme, when we look at the theme talking about co-building, in social work, we are supposed to work together with the client. So even in direct practice, we must work with our clients in building a new eco-social Uganda. Definitely the theme says no one should be left out. No one should be left behind. So when we work with the clients who are vulnerable, who are disadvantaged, and it means that we are not leaving them out in building a new eco-social Uganda, that they are part of the efforts of building the new eco-social Uganda. For the indirect practice or secondary practice, in the advocacy efforts that we engage in, social action and policy and all other actions or efforts that we engage in, it will be required to have the likely, I will use the word likely beneficiaries of these actions to participate as even we come up with the policies, we engage in advocacy, let the people who are likely to benefit from the advocacy efforts of the social workers be involved. Then there we are co-building with them a new eco-social Uganda. If we don't involve them, if they don't participate as equal partners, they must participate as equal partners. Then they are part of the efforts. But when we don't do that, they will not be part of the efforts. I want to suggest a framework that will ensure that, or that will help us move to the level of building or to the stage of building a new eco-social Uganda. And the framework that I'm proposing for practice is a social needs framework. I'm proposing a social needs framework. And I have reasons why I'm proposing the social needs framework. And I know that right now some people are saying I have also gone back to the social, yes, because I was saying that most of the time we talk about the social environment. And instead of talking about needs, I'm also saying social. I've added the word social. But I have reasons. I believe that needs, including even problems, social problems, they are conceived, defined, understood, and even met within a social context, within a social setting. We get to understand and to know about needs or human needs from the society that we grow up. So society cannot be it cannot be removed from human beings, from us. Because you can be an individual, but you don't live in heaven. You live here in society, and because you live here in society, the society is very, very important. So that's why I'm suggesting the social needs framework. And I have reasons why. One of the reasons is that if we want to achieve, or if we want to ensure that no one is left behind, and if we want to have our clients participate in the efforts of building a new eco-social Uganda, we must use a language that they understand. Research has shown that the language of human needs is literally universal compared to other languages. I know that the UN came up with the Sustainable Development Goals, but the language of sustainability is not as universal. Even here in Uganda, if you ask people what sustainability means, or a word for sustainability in Uganda or in any other languages here, we may struggle to get a word. However, if you ask here a word for human needs or needs, we have it. So it's a language which is common. Literally, it is universal. Everyone understands that language. So if you want our clients to participate in building a new eco-social Uganda, we must adopt a language that is familiar to them, rather than using a language which is foreign or strange to them. The other issue is to do with the number of needs. Unlike wants, desires, pleasures, and all those other things, needs are few. They are limited in number. They are limited in number. When you look at different authors who have written about needs, the one, Brycro, is the one who has the highest number on his list, and he has 12, which is far less than the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So, when you talk about Maslow has around 8 with the additional 2. Originally had 6. You talk about Doyar and Goff, they have 2. When you talk about Ryan and Desi, they have 3. So the number is small. And that means that the resources that are needed, that are required to meet those needs, satisfy those needs, will be fewer compared to the resources that will be required to meet wants. So when we use the human needs approach or the social needs approach, then we will be able to fix, and I talk about 2 twin problems that actually are causing problems to the ecology. That's production and consumption. Production and consumption. When you look at and I think let me read it here. When you look at, according to the UN Social and, Economic and Social Affairs Department, they came up with some statistics here, that in the 20th century, the population, the human population, had increased by, 4 times, 4-fold increase in the human population. However, this 4 increase was accompanied by a 40 increase in economic output. And a 16 increase in fossil fuel use. And then with a 35 increase in fisheries catches and a 9-fold increase in water usage. They can go on, okay? The population, what we are using as in terms of consumption and output of production is far much higher than the increase in the population. That shows that actually we are using the natural resources to meet more of wants, to meet more of desires. Yet, if we restricted ourselves as our great-grandparents used to meet needs, okay? That's why they were actually a sustainable society. They were more of a sustainable society. Global warming is a recent concept. It was not there. But they used to meet needs. I'm not saying that we should live that life they lived, okay, but I'm saying that let us focus on meeting needs. If we focus on meeting needs, then we are going to fix the problem of consumption and the problem of production. And what is happening is that as some of our countries, I know, was it last year, Tanzania transitioned to a middle income class, country. Our president had also promised us that we would have transitioned. We failed, but we will transition. But research shows that as these countries, the so-called developing countries, get more incomes, we are playing kind of catch up, okay, with those countries. Our consumptions, actually, the consumption is actually increasing in the developing countries as we get more incomes. So if we have more people consuming, having access to income, then we are headed in, for disaster. We are going to experience a disaster. And that's why this theme is really very critical when it comes at this critical moment, so that we can change and check our ways. That instead of focusing at meeting needs, let us focus at, instead of focusing at meeting wants and desires. I know that in social work we have the principle of self-determination, choice, and freedom, and all those things, okay? I think, yes, I'm not saying that we shouldn't, and the clients should not use, and they should not self-determine their goals. But what I'm saying is that even as we self-determine, we should self-determine responsibly, that we don't cause harm to the natural world, because we need it, but also the generation to come needs it. We would have done injustice It will be actually ecological injustice. For us, we enjoy. I don't know the oldest person here, how old they are. Okay? You enjoy up to 70, and then the people to come, they are not able to enjoy up to 70. That's injustice. So we need to check our consumption and production ways. So as I've said, that when we focus on meeting needs, two things will happen. The language of needs is familiar to everybody. So when we talk with our clients, when we engage, we are practicing with our clients, they will understand the language we are talking about. Then they are able to co-build. They are able to partner. They are able to get on board rather than using a language which they don't understand. Secondly, I have talked about the resources that will be used to meet needs. Since needs are few in number, then we will not use a lot of resources. And then the ecology, the natural world, will be spared, will be taken care of. But the other bit about meeting needs, if we focus at meeting needs, because I talked about the inequalities, I talked about the poverty, it would mean that actually the social is also taken care of. Because the needs actually lead to well-being. They are resources, they are prerequisites, they are preconditions for well-being. So if we meet needs, definitely, maybe I didn't point out this, that a needs language has, compared to other languages, has moral force. Has a moral force that if somebody told you that they need something, you are likely to give it priority, okay, than other things, okay. You are likely to offer resources. If somebody told you they need help and you don't give that need, you don't help in meeting that need, you'll be considered a very bad person. So all of us, we tend to meet needs, and you saw the panel that was here of Africa Renewal Ministry. They talked about the Mercy network. They are meeting needs, okay, because I mean, as human beings, that's necessary. The needs are necessary. Whatever they're asking, it is necessary to avoid harm. The moment they are not met, it would mean that harm will be caused to them. So that's why we need to focus on needs. And then the social aspect will be taken care of, and people's well-being will be promoted, and will have thriving. So the ecology and the social will be promoted. How does that turn out if we are to use it during social work practice? Social work practice definitely is based on some phases. I don't want to call them stages. Usually we start with engagement. When the client comes in and you are engaging. So if you are using a human needs framework, how would you approach it? Definitely there will be presented social needs. And the presented social needs will include social problems. Some people will come and tell you the problem as they are starving. That's a social problem. And it may be individual. By that I'm using the word social not to mean large scale, okay? I'm also using that it can be an individual problem, but that individual problem is conceived, defined, and by the even it comes about within the social structures, within the social setting, the institutions. So the problems that we have, they are not, I mean, they are not strange problems. They just they crop up within the social structures. That's why I'm talking about that. It can be an individual, even depression. Depression does not just come from anywhere, from blue. No, it comes from the social system, the social structure. So when I talk about the social problem, I'm not talking about problems that are spread out on large scale. No, I'm including everything. So there will be problems that will be presented to you. Some people, some clients will come and they tell you the problem, or others will give a solution. They will come and they tell you, I need this. Okay? Some people may tell you that they are starving, which is a problem. Others may tell you they need food. Food is not a problem, okay? Food is a solution, okay, to the problem of starvation. So someone who is starving. So at engagement phase, that's what we will focus on. We will focus on the problems the clients have brought all the solutions that they have. And then we'll move to assessment. Definite assessment is a process of generating and analyzing data about the problems clients have given us and the desired solutions. But at that phase, we need to take it a notch higher, where we have to look at also the resources, the desired resources, to meet, to address the problems or to have those solutions in place. That will be at the assessment. And then we move at goal setting, which is a mutual process. You work together with the client to come up with the goals. And the goals will focus on the desired end, the desired social ends. There are also needs in some ways, those social ends. So, but for social work, our social ends are two. The universal social end, it is well-being. When you read all social work literature, they will tell you that the primary, for instance, when you look at the National Association of Social Workers, they will tell you that the ethical document, they will tell you that the primary mission of social work is to promote human well-being. And then they talk about by adequately meeting basic human needs, okay? So that's what they will tell you. So that's the one. The other one, when you read other books or you read textbooks, is social functioning. Because we strongly believe that each person, each one of us, has a status, has a position he occupies in society. And the occupation of that position carries or comes with certain roles, certain functions that you must play, you must fulfill. So you must function. So, and sometimes the problems that we experience hinder or stand in our way of functioning or performing our functions. And then we end up with either dysfunctional lives, dysfunctional families, dysfunctional communities, because we are not doing our function. So the goals should be in relation to those two, the ends, the desired ends. And then we move into implementation. The implementation phase will focus on the resources. We deploy the resources that are needed to address the problem and to attain the solutions that we want and then achieve the goals that we have set. But I add something there of social rights, that these resources, as we talk about these resources, we need to talk about them in terms of rights, as social rights. And I'm not talking about rights, okay? Rights are broad, okay? But I'm talking about social rights. Social rights are to do with well-being, okay? Social rights are to do with well-being. I'm only concerned with well-being because these days there are all sorts of rights, okay? But I have a narrow picture of rights. My picture of rights is a little bit narrow. It doesn't include all sorts of things, especially if you go to the West. It includes all sorts of things. So mine is not a broad one. It's a little bit narrow. So that's why I'm focusing on social rights. And the reason, I know that human needs are real. Human needs are real. You can tell a person who is in need. You can see. But needs being real and existing, and me advocating for needs framework, it does not assign responsibility and duties. It does not tell us who is supposed to meet those needs. We are only saying you have needs, but we are not saying who is responsible. So when we talk about social rights, when we frame the resources in terms of social rights, now we are assigning responsibility to certain institutions, certain organizations, that they have a duty to meet certain needs. And they must give those resources so that they can meet those needs and people's well-being is not compromised. And we are talking about for those who are in need. If you are not in need, a state has an obligation to help people who are in need. Those who cannot cope unaided, a state has an obligation, has a duty to put some safety nets in place. So that, because those people, during the time when they were not in need, they were contributing to the welfare of the state. So in their time of need, the state has a responsibility, and society generally, because when we talk about needs, literally all of us have some responsibility to meet some needs of some individuals. So we must frame the resources in form of social rights so that people can have claims. They can make claims to have those needs met. Lastly will be the evaluation, and the evaluation will focus on whether the goals that we set out have been attained, have been achieved. And if they have been achieved, then we end the relationship, the helping relationship. We terminate. If they have not been achieved, then we do referral, okay, to other systems or organizational institutions that could have better resources or could have more resources, and then they help the clients to have their needs met. So if we use that, then, as I said, we will be able to build a new eco-social Uganda. As I conclude, in order to build a new eco-social Uganda, social workers must rethink. We need to rethink, we social workers who are here. I know some of you are still in school, but you are not going to be in school forever. You are not going to be students for good. Students, I know that there is this concept of students for life, okay? Yeah, but not in a university setting, okay? You can be a student for life outside. So we need to rethink the models and the frameworks that we use. And I have already said that we should use frameworks that ensure fair utilization of natural resources, not frameworks that actually promote exploitation of natural resources. That will actually cause damage to the natural world, to the physical world. So let us look out for those frameworks. And I have just given one of the frameworks that actually promotes fair utilization. We are saying fair utilization so that the well-being of the human being is promoted, but also the well-being of the ecology is also promoted. And these frameworks, they should be familiar. Uganda should be familiar with those frameworks. Rethink about it. Because I have told you that that framework mainly focuses on the person and the environment. But even the way it is written, person in environment, the focus is on person. Emphasis is on a person, that this person lives in an environment. So when we are practicing, we give priority to the person, not to the environment. Yet, a person cannot live without the environment. We need that environment, the physical environment. When it is damaged, we cannot continue moving. Maybe we can think about, can we change it from person in the environment to person with the environment? We need to think about that. We need to rethink that dominant, maybe with the environment. That this person is where we are giving equal emphasis to both the person and the environment. And we say person with the environment. Or we could think about person of environment. That a person belongs to the environment. We belong to the environment. And if you look at some of the tribes here, the ethnicities around, there are certain things that they do that show that actually they are people of the environment, that they have some attachment, some connection to the environment. You look at the totem system, where people connect, they say, me, I'm of this clan, and this is our totem. So this animal is protected. We don't kill it, okay? We don't eat it. And so that is from the philosophy of thinking that actually, in some ways, we are connected to the physical environment. Probably that could be one of the terminology we can take on rather than the person in environment model. Or we could think about of person with place or person of the place. So that we talk about a particular place. That you belong that, but everything in that place is important to you, including the houses, including the natural resources, they are part of this client. Probably we could think about some of those things. Finally, I'll conclude it this way, the way I started. That when God was creating us and create the world, he gave it to us not to destroy it, but he gave it to us to keep it, to protect it. So we have a responsibility to protect what God gave to us. I know that the first man failed. Adam failed. He was given responsibility, was told, these ones don't touch, don't eat, okay? And he failed. We shouldn't also fail like him. Thank you.
Wow, wow. A big hand clap to Dr. Senkosi. Dr. Senkosi we had to give him enough time because he was our keynote address. And he is the head of department for social work in Chambogo University. And I should say that it is one of our latest newly created departments. Previously, it was a part of, there's a way it was called, until when, with support of NASWU, the university and the government accepted to create a department of social work. So thank you very much, Doctor. And I want to believe that many of us have tapped knowledge into his presentation. If you agree with me, kindly give him another big hand of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to recognize all the universities that have been present. I have been informed that I have been missing out a number of universities, but among them is Ndeje University. So can we see the team from Ndeje University? Kindly wave to us. Apologies for not recognizing you earlier, but we appreciate. And thank you for speaking and forwarding your rights. And your right to be recognized. For all the other institutions that have just joined us, I see our friends of Kampala International University doing a great work. Please know that we appreciate and God bless you so much. Any other university I've not recognized? Is there any university? UCU, have they arrived? Have we arrived, UCU? Pardon? Only one person. Who? UCU. We are many. We also have in-laws here. But anyway, let's leave that one. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we have had a series of sessions, including panel discussions. We had 2 panels discussions, and we are also going to have one final one. But that final one will come after our guest of honor's speech, which is coming up shortly. So in case you have any thoughts which you think that we should integrate into our communique, which we shall forward to the International Federation of Social Workers, kindly share it with the Secretariat. Whether after this conference or today's celebration, please forward it to us, because at the end of the day, we need to report to the Africa region, and then it will have to reach to our partners with whom we work alongside with. And I want to thank all those that are watching us online, those of you that are watching us on YouTube, Facebook, and all the other online platforms. Thank you for connecting with us. For those in Uganda, 22 World Social Workers Day here in Uganda. And the last physical one was in Bugema University. That happened just a week before we went into the total lockdown. So Bugema, you are very special to us, and so is Africa Renewal University that has started up our physical World Social Workers Day celebration here in Uganda. At this moment, I want to request all the board members to come in front. And they will be accompanied by the Secretariat team. Please come in front, all the board members present, all the board members of the National Association of Social Workers of Uganda. Please come in front. I want us to do one assignment, and that is a very big assignment that I can't do alone. Please come up, come to the, I know we are very few, we are not very many. Please come Where is Esther? Where is Esther? I think Esther, our General Secretary, is not here. So, Mr. Chancellor, sir. I introduce to you the team that serves the social work fraternity in this country. My name is Okiria Gerard, and I serve as the National Treasurer on the board. So just like the way you heard me introduce myself, colleagues, kindly go ahead and introduce yourself to the Chancellor of this university, who is actually our guest of honor. And after our introduction, I will then introduce him, welcome him to come and give his remarks. Then we shall continue the celebration.
My name is Namakola Edith Tumwine. I'm coordinator for Central Region. Thank you for hosting us.
Once again, my name is Barry Jusa Senkos Moses, coordinator for Central Region.
Okay, from this side now, it is the Secretariat. I have the colleague I work with. Some of them are outside trying to support. I'm John Mary, Secretary. I'm serving as the National Coordinator. Thanks for hosting us, Pastor. The other thing, Pastor Peter Kasirivu is my pastor. You need to know that. And the other thing is, Africa Renewal University is the university I taught before I joined NASWU. I was teaching here, so.
Thank you very much, John.
My name is Juliet Tumahirwe Muhumuza. I'm a senior program officer at NASWU, and I'm a social worker. I studied from Makerere University. I greet all of you colleagues, and I'm glad to see that the social work in Uganda is getting vibrant. You can see some of us are now advancing in being young. We are happy to see that the youngest are coming up to take our place. And we are here to give every possible knowledge and skills and any support to make sure that you get roots in the profession. Thank you very much.
Wow. Maybe briefly, there is Mr. Ocho, is our communications officer, is on the job. And also Ben Sebuma, who is outside, handling the issues of finance.
Wow.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues, with whom please remain here. The one who has the right to invite you has the right to also wish you a blessing as you leave. But just before you leave, Mr. Chancellor, sir, Pastor Peter Kasirivu, we are very humbled that you accepted our invitation to be our guest of honor. We appreciate the work that you do in the social work fraternity, being also the president for Africa Renewal Ministries, that has not only a national touch on all corners.
To say very big welcome to each and every one of you who is here today. This is an amazing campus. I think you see it. We are young, but we are beautiful, aren't we? Yes, we are. We are young, but we are very, very beautiful. I want to say the professors who wake up every morning to teach our very, very many students. Actually, the social work students are usually the biggest number. The teachers, the lecturers who shape our lives. Thank you so very much for what you do for our country and for our people. I also want to congratulate you, students, who are social worker students. You chose a profession that is unique, but also a profession that makes a difference in the lives of every human being on the planet. Can you please congratulate yourself by giving yourself a hand clap? I would like to say a big thank you to our hosts, Africa Renewal University, for hosting us here today. Thank you so much for opening the doors of this university that will have all these guests here. Thank you very much. We appreciate you so very much. A special thank you to John Mary. John Mary is the person who has really helped me to understand more about what you people do, because he's always at my door. He's always explaining to me what you people are doing. And now I come to appreciate you more. Thank you so much, John Mary, for what you're doing. Just before I came in, my team from Africa Renewal Ministries were here, and they were sharing with you some of the things that we do, or that we've been able to see happen in this country of Uganda. And I think you were able to experience the fact that what we do is really social work. Now, many of the people that do what they do, they don't know that they're really doing social work. But at the end of the day, they're doing social work. I was asked whether I have a PowerPoint presentation, but I felt I shouldn't. But I have all my notes, and I'll hand them over to you after, so that if people are interested in what I've shared, they can always share this message. I appreciate the last speaker, Professor Senkosi. Thank you so very much for sharing. You've actually, let's give him a bigger hand clap. You've actually helped me to understand more about your profession and what you people do. Thank you so very much for investing in the lives of our people. I've really got to understand the connection between social work and the environment. And I really appreciate that. And I felt that next time when you do this kind of conference, it will be very, very important that you call people who are dealing with environment in Uganda. I think we have even a whole ministry which is dealing with environment. I think you have people who are dealing with NEMA and other. I think you need to invite them so that they are part of what you do. They need to hear what you do, because what I've found in Uganda, many of the things we do are in silos. And because they're in silos, there's no interaction and interconnection. So at the end of the day, we end up not helping each other. Now, I have a message that I want to share. And I think you've all heard that I'm a pastor. So because I'm a pastor, I am going to pray before I speak. And also, I will pray after I speak. But I also will quote a few scriptures as I speak what I speak. And I believe that we will all be encouraged. And I was so encouraged when Dr. Senkosi also quoted the Bible, because that is the book of life. Father, I pray that you will encourage us even as we share, even in these next few minutes, with these amazing, amazing social workers. I pray that, Lord, you will encourage us. And I pray that, God, you will use these few moments to encourage us, to motivate us, that, Lord, we will be inspired to be servants of your people. We love you and we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen. Can I hear an amen from you? The message that I have for us today, the title is that serving people is the call. Serving people is the call. Serving people is the call. I'm not a trained social worker, but my calling is all about social work. I've been involved in this area of work because of what I do as a pastor. My journey of helping people began when the Lord God called me to a small village of Gaba. And many of you know where Gaba is. It is the southern part of the city of Kampala. A very, very interesting place. Now, when I first went there, it was very, very poor. And then things started changing. It became a place of entertainment. And today it's a place of mixes. It's a place where we have some very well-to-do people. It's also a place where we have people who are really in a lot of trouble and suffering. So my journey began there. And as a person that God called to go and pastor a small flock of people in that community, I started seeing what was happening in that community. I was overcome and overwhelmed by the needs of the people that I encountered. And I realized that although I had been called to be a pastor in this community, I need to go beyond the preaching and the teaching of God's word to really get involved in the lives of the people. It is now more than 30 years later, and I have seen a lot of difference happening. And I have to say today, we are social workers in the things that we do. The pain and suffering of the people in our community moved many of us who had gone to that community, and we felt that we needed to get involved. So I realized that all of you who are here, you are in school, most of you, and one of these days you're going to find yourself out of school, and you're going to find yourself involved in the lives of people. You're going to find yourself that the things that you're doing are more than what you do sitting on the desk at work. Your profession as social workers is one of the greatest professions there is. It is a people business. Many people look at education, and I know many of you who went to school. You went to school and you said, I'm actually going to study. That's why you went to university. And many of you are saying that when I finish, I'm actually going to get a job. And what I want is to get a great job, get myself some big salary, get married or be married, get some kids, buy myself a car, build a house, and live happily ever after. Usually that's what comes to many of you when you start out in life. But today, from what we've had, and from what you've encountered in your time of education, you have actually realized it's more than getting a job. It's a people business. It is getting involved in the lives of the people. And many times, these are people who have a lot of challenges. Many of them are vulnerable, and they have a lot of problems. And God is calling you, and actually your nation is calling you, that you don't look at this as just a job or just a profession, but you look at it as a calling to serve humanity, serving the people that God will place over you. So it's a calling to people. Who are the people that we have been called to serve? There are two kinds of people. The first group is what you all know very well. I call them broken people. Broken people. People who are so much broken because of poverty. We have just heard today that 21% of Ugandans are living below the poverty line. They are very poor. So those are the people that you've been called to serve. You have people that you're going to encounter who have grown up or who are living in single-parent families, meaning that they've not had the opportunity that many of us have, where you have a mom and you have a daddy, where you have expectation of a meal, expectation of school fees coming, And many of you actually are in that category. You have grown up in extreme poverty and a lot of suffering. And then you're going to go out, and these are the kind of people that you're going to encounter. Many of you are going to find people who have grown up in polygamous families. Now, I've been told that Uganda or the city of Kampala has more than 10,000 street children. If you go and interview them, many of them are street children because they've grown up in a family which is polygamous and they could not be accepted in the places where they are. So they have decided to find themselves on the street. You're going to people that have a problem with substance abuse, alcoholism. You know that is happening in the city of Kampala. And it's happening in all the cities and all the communities where you're going to go. People with addictions, people with a lot of pain and a lot of problems. You're going to find hungry people. I think you've heard what our team was sharing about our involvement with people who are hungry. I never thought that people are so hungry in Uganda until we started moving around during the lockdown. A country as prosperous as we are, a country which is as green as we have, a country with rains and a country with a lot of vegetation, yet we have hungry people. So you're being called to broken people. That's what I would say. You're called to people that are so broken that crime rates are rising up every day. Partly because of where they grew up, but also partly because of poverty. That's what you are being called to. So social work, yes, our professor said we need to emphasize the environment, and I agree with you, Professor. But what I've found is that broken people are the people who are breaking our society. Do you agree with me? Yes, it is the broken people. So if only we can work on these people and help them, then life will be better. The second group of people that you are going to be serving. Now, I know that you've been told in your classes so many things that you're supposed to do. But for me, as a receiver of what you do, for me, as an employer of many social workers, for me, as a person who interacts with people in the field, these are the three areas that I want to mention. And I want to encourage you to think about them. And for our lecturers, our professors who are here, I know that you know this, but I would like to speak from my side, and hopefully that will be an encouragement to you as social workers. The first area of responsibility is the area of healing. The area of healing. Because you are dealing with broken society, with broken people, you have a calling to bring healing to this broken group of people. People need healing from their broken past. People are emotionally broken, and that's why they do what they do. People are exhausted. People are disgusted with life. And that's why they behave the way they behave. So you are called into a healing business, just like me as a pastor is called in the healing business, just like medical workers or health workers are called into the healing business. And yours is very specific. You're supposed to restore the self-image of many of these people whose lives have been broken. You're supposed to help people find self-esteem where society has totally broken and messed them. You're supposed to bring reconciliation with many of these people who actually have broken relationships. You're called into a healing business. In this healing business, you're called to help people be healed from the bondages of addictions that they are going and they are involved in. You've heard about our outreach to prostitutes. You know, during this time, when we got involved in helping people who were suffering and hungry, we found that we needed to deal with prostitutes too. Because prostitutes are human beings. Do you know that? And I found that many of these prostitutes are prostitutes not because they want to be prostitutes, but they come from a broken past. They are in that place not because they desire that business, but they find themselves in that business. So you are called to come in and help them get out of that environment, but also help them to rise up from that type of life and find esteem in life. Now, social workers, I don't know if you are listening to what I'm saying, but this is what I have found. That you are into what we call an impossible task. You don't have the power to change people. You don't. Because human beings are complex people, as you all know. You don't have that power. And that's why, as a religious leader, as a Christian leader, I feel that we as social workers need to realize that we need a power higher than us. And that's the power of the living God. Because with God's help, we can change the environment. With God's help, we can change the hearts of people. With God's help, we are able to do it. So, you are called into the healing business. The other responsibility that you're called into is what you call advocacy. And I have heard this word mentioned multiple times while I've been here today. I don't know if you know this, but there's a verse in the Bible found in the book of Proverbs, chapter 31. And this verse is verse 8. This is what it says in the Holy Bible. It says, speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of those who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. Friends, if there was a time when we needed you social workers in this area, this is the time. Advocacy. This is the time. And I was trying to find out what this word means. And there are very interesting words that I know you know very well. To speak for, to fight for, to be a pleader or to plead, to champion a cause. Friends, this is what I found in my journey of helping people in the communities where we've been. Society is full of potential heroes, people with gifts, talents, and hidden abilities. What they need is someone who will lift their hands, who will identify them and pick them from wherever they are. Now, I'm talking to you, social workers. If you went to school thinking that you went to look for a job, I want to invite you that you will go out knowing that you have an assignment, and that assignment is to pick the heroes that are out there and tell them there is a hero in you, there is a champion in you. You need to arise from where you are hidden and come up and shine. That is your calling. Can you help me and look at your neighbor and tell them that is your calling? Please tell them again, that is your calling. Society is full of people with means. People who don't know how to help and whom to help. There are people who have, and they're saying, who is there that I can help? The work that I do for Africa Renewal Ministries is to speak up. That's my big responsibility, to speak up. And I found in my travels, and I found in this country, that there are people who have so much that some of the people have stopped putting money in their banks. They actually have created safe rooms in their houses to keep their money. They're out there. I have traveled the world and I found that there are people who have so much, and they don't know what to do with the much they have. So the work and the role of an advocate is to go and speak to those people who have and connect those who have with those who have not. Permit me to say this, that it's been very unfortunate that for a long time we have actually thought that that job is going to be done by government. Many of us have thought that that job is for other people, for those big NGOs, international NGOs. We have thought that that work is for the embassies. We have thought that that work is for those other people. But today I want to challenge you. It is your responsibility. Can you please help me and tell your neighbor it is your responsibility? It is. It is. You can do it. You're supposed to do it. It is your work to do. You are supposed to help speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. An advocate is that person who rises and says, I know someone. I also know you can help that person. Some of the things I do, one of the things I do is to fundraise. I look for money. And one time I had traveled and I was somewhere and I told someone I don't like to ask for money. And someone told me that if you don't ask for money, you're proud. And I said, what do you mean? He says, if you know there is someone with a need, and you know there is someone who has the resource, and you don't do it, and you don't tell them, you are proud. And I said, what? He said, yes, you are. Because one of the responsibilities that you have is to go to those people and tell them, I know someone who can be helped. If you do that, you'll be amazed. And by the way, that's what we call self-actualization. We used to study those things. Yes. I feel more fulfilled when I help someone other than myself. The Bible has two examples. One of them is a man called Barnabas and his friend called Paul. Two of them. Paul was a young man who actually was a persecutor of the church. And then he had an encounter with Jesus. He accepted Jesus and he felt God had called him to share the gospel. And everyone feared him who knew him. And then there is a man called Barnabas. He found him and asked, Paul, tell me what is going on. He said, you know what? I met Jesus. I changed. I'm no longer a persecutor. And Barnabas went and introduced him to the apostles. Barnabas took him and introduced him to a church in Antioch. Barnabas took him and introduced him to the mission field. It took a Barnabas to raise a Paul, which Paul ended up writing 14 epistles. I would like you to look at your neighbor and tell them you are a Barnabas. No, let's change that. I want you to tell him you are supposed to be a Barnabas. An advocate sees potential
An advocate sees a seed in someone. An advocate is a connector. An advocate is a person who helps someone who people don't know to know him. An advocate is a person who picks someone and says, I don't want to leave you where you are. I want you to become somebody better. That's who an advocate is. Another one in the Bible is a man called Paul, whom I've just talked about, and his friend Philemon, and another person called Onesimus. I think some of you have ever read a small book in the Bible. It's called Philemon. So Onesimus was a servant who had actually done some mistakes. He probably was a thief or a mischievous guy or made some mistakes. And he went somewhere and he had an encounter with Jesus. He changed. And when he changed, he became so good. And Paul said, you need to go back to your master. You need to repent. But also, he will restore you back to work. Who knows? And Paul pleaded for this person. You are supposed to plead for some people. Can you do that? So that's who an advocate is. So you're called for healing. You're called for advocacy. The third one, your role is empowering. Empowering. These are very common words, but I found that many times we forget them. Many times we start getting so busy in what we do that it just ceases or stops being social work and it becomes just a job. But I want you to know today that we all come as raw materials. Who is a raw material? We are all raw materials. We start out broken, like what I've talked about. We start out not knowing what the future is. That's the way we start life. We don't know the potential that we have. So empowering has something to do with unchaining someone who is chained. Uganda is a country of potential. Africa is a country of potential. And our potential is in our people. But many of them don't know it. So when I look at you, I see an army of young men and young women who will go out of your university campuses, who will go wherever you came from. You will go to your town. You go where you will be placed in a place. And when you're placed in a place, people who are broken are going to come your way. People who don't know what they're supposed to know, they're going to come your way. And your work is going to be to lift them up, to show them a bigger picture of life, to show them that they can and they can be. That's what you're supposed to do. I pray that you will do that. I pray that you will not just be a job, but it will be a service to those kinds of people. I remember one young girl when I first went to Gaba. She came from a very poor family. And one time I asked her, what do you want to do? What do you want to be when you grow up? She said, I want to be a shopkeeper. Her whole world was, I want to touch some little money. Because in our village, the people who touched money were shopkeepers. And I told her, you know what? There is something more. I would like you to go back to school. I would like you to excel in school. I want you to rise up. She rose up and she ended up starting a very, very big business. Not just a shopkeeper who earns some little money. That's what empowering means. Our responsibility is to show people a bigger vision of life. Is to be their cheerleaders. Is to give them the tools that they need to thrive in society. So friends, that's what you're supposed to do. Empowering has 3 things to it, and I would like you to hear this because, and I'm so happy there are university lecturers here. I would like you to hear this. And I'm so happy we have all the universities around here. There is something that we have forgotten. And let me tell you this. It touches on the environment that our professors just shared today. We have been experienced in universities to teach academics, perform very well in math and history and all of those kinds of things. But we have not taught people how to live life. And this is my calling to the social work fraternity. Can you teach people how to live life? Because many of our young men and women don't know what it means to live life. So as you think about empowering, one of the things that social workers need to do in society is to help Ugandans, especially children, have what we call life skills. Now, since I'm a teacher, can I ask you to help me and say the word life skills? What I've found is that many people don't grow up in healthy families. They don't. They do not have what it takes to live a normal life. They don't. And because of that, we have a society which is so broken and has a lot of problems. So we have to help our society to catch up with what they missed. Now, if they didn't get it in a home, they need to find it somewhere. Now, for me as a pastor, I try to give it to them in the church. But I would like our schools, I would like our universities, I would like our high schools to provide that. I call them life skills. And what are life skills? Let me mention some of them. Work ethics, time management, truth telling, speaking the truth, being tidy, general etiquette, money management, respect for elders, learning how to obey people in authority. There is something shameful which happened in this country just a few weeks ago. Someone who is supposed to be a member of parliament goes onto social media and start ridiculing a speaker of parliament. Can you imagine that? That issue is not about parties. It's an issue of where were you raised? Because normal human people respect people in leadership. It's common knowledge. Unfortunately, our schools don't teach that. So someone becomes a member of parliament but does not know how to behave in society. Can you all say sorry? So, when you go out as social workers, teach people how to live in society. And one of them, work ethics. One of them is time management. One of them is how to behave. One of them is how to eat and eat well. It's very simple. But let me tell you this. I'm an employer. I employ hundreds of people. But let me tell you this. If you don't have life skills, you can't belong anywhere in society. So, professors, I wish you could start classes on that. Basic things that will help people to run well. The other one is also connected to that, character. Character. Actually, before I go to character, again, Professor, I'm going to comment a lot because I heard you speak. Many times I drive, and there's a car ahead of you, and someone rolls the glass and throws a bottle on the ground. Have you seen that happening? Can you imagine a whole human being who is putting on a trouser and a shirt and even driving a car does not know that a bottle thrown in the environment is going to dirten the environment? It's all because they were not raised well. Are you there, my friend? So social work, you are going to help us do those things. Help people to know how normal human beings behave. Character. This one is also very, very important. And this is what universities should teach. This is what high schools should teach. This is what primary schools should teach. And this is what churches should teach. Character. The basic summary of character is found in the 10 Commandments. And every one of you knows them. That's the basic summary. The basic summary of character is love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as you love yourselves. Friends, as you go out, social workers, this is another calling and another encouragement I want to ask you. Our institution should not only concentrate on academic excellence, we should also emphasize character. Great nations have been found and have thrived on character. Great nations have collapsed when those in leadership have abandoned this important asset of character. A world power, a superpower. Just a few weeks ago, they asked this man, are you going to attack Ukraine? He says, no, I can't do that. And he lies, and the next thing we see, a whole army is attacking another nation. And he has been lying until that day. Can we all say character? Now we all know that Uganda today is a country with our biggest problem, corruption. We have great minds, very skilled people, educated, but very low in character. If this doesn't change, we will become a failed society. So my call to you social workers, that as you go out, remember, I'm talking about empowering. Help the people that you work with to develop character. Because character is what will keep this nation. I don't know how many billions, if not trillions of shillings that have been embezzled by people who sit in certain offices. Friends, character must return to this nation. And I'm calling upon social workers, rise up and restore character in our society wherever you go. The other thing that deals with empowering is help people discover their God-given potential. Because I say people have it, but they don't know it. So that's one of the things that you need to provide. Now, friends, my last part of the discussion is the characteristics of servant or people who serve or servant leaders. Remember, my topic is serving people is our call. And what have I talked about? I've talked about the people we are called to serve. I've talked about our responsibility. And our responsibility is in healing, advocacy, and empowering. Now let me talk about the last part of my discussion. The characteristics of a servant leader or the person who will serve. This is my last part of my discussion. The first one, a social worker who is going to serve well must be a man and woman of integrity. Must be a man or woman of integrity. And whenever I think about this, we talk about it, but we do so little about it. Every organization, if you ask them, show us your values, the first one is integrity, but that's the last one that we break. Whenever I think about a person who is a person of integrity, is who they are when there is no one watching. Again, since I'm a teacher, I would like you to look at your neighbor and ask them, who are you? Can you please help me with the other one next? You can look at this one and then look at the other one. Can you ask them, who are you? Now, let me tell you this, friends. I know the temptations that we all go through, because we all go through this temptation. You're going to get from university, you're going to get a job, and it is your first job. Probably you grew up in poverty, but also you have your peers. And there is something you want. You want that cool car. There is something you want. You want that beautiful suit. There is something you want. You want to have a wedding which is very classy and flashy. There are things you want. And the problem is, Rome was not built in a day. Amina? There are things that you don't have to get today, but you can get them tomorrow. I always tell young people, I tell them, you know what? You can't drive a car and impress me. You don't need to impress anyone. Can you look at your neighbor and smile? And that smile is saying, you can't impress me. One, the reason why driving a car cannot impress me, because I know you are just starting out in life. Yes. So you don't have to show me a car to impress me. No. You are starting out in life. So what that means is that don't try to get it if you can't afford it. Don't. So integrity is the greatest character that will make you successful. Let me tell you this. It's very easy to get a job if you have a degree certificate. If you get that paper or paper, you can get a job. But what will keep you at that place of work is going to be your integrity. So a certificate will take you there, but it is your life, your integrity that will keep you there. And it is those life skills that I talked about. So be a man and a woman of integrity. The second characteristic about a servant leader who is going to be a social worker changing Uganda is a person who has empathy. Now that's a common word that we speak, but we don't usually think about it, because it is connected to the word sympathy. And I was trying to look for this word, empathy. And the definition in the dictionary says it's the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. Uganda has been infested and infected with heartless people. People who no longer have a heart. People who steal with impunity. And we read about them in the papers because they don't have hearts. Can you imagine someone stealing money for HIV, AIDS, and tuberculosis and builds a house in it? Can you imagine someone who is human who decides, because the government wants to give posho and beans, let me go and get all the beans with all the stones and rocks and pack them in bags and supply them to the government, that they will distribute that food. Let me get the worst kind of posho and be paid multiple monies for that. That is heartless. Do we have them in Uganda? Yes, we do. And my prayer is that you social workers who are standing here, you will never be those kinds of people. So what is empathy? A person who has a heart. Because the people you are going to are poor. The people you are going to help, they need someone to pick them up. I pray that you be that person who picks them up. I do. Empathy. You have feelings for people. And the difference between sympathy and empathy, sympathy is feelings, but you can go away. But empathy, you get so filled with emotion that you have to do something about it. During COVID, I found myself in a part of Gaba which had been flooded because Lake Victoria rose. And I went and I saw people whose houses were filled with water. I saw people who were actually walking in water to go on a bed. So in other words, they were actually sleeping above water. I went home, I failed to sleep. I just could not sleep. Because I said, how can I sleep on a bed and someone is sleeping on top of water? I got sympathy. But then that sympathy changed to empathy. I said, I can't sit here and do nothing when people are going through that. My prayer is that you will be people who work with your hearts. Can you look at your neighbor and tell him, work with your heart? It is those kinds of people who are going to make a difference in this country. It is those kinds of people who are going to raise money and use it to help those very people. It is those kinds of people that Uganda needs. So friends, we don't need your cars. We need your hearts. People who will be servant leaders are going to be people who are listeners. And I know you've studied that. A servant leader will listen. Will try to understand what is going on and why it is going on. And the professor did it so well. He said you listen. Actually, it seems you either copied my notes or I copied yours. He talked about that. He talked about designing a solution. He talked about finding the resources and then evaluating. So friends, we need to listen. We need to hear. We need to hear the cries of our people. We need to provide long-lasting solutions. And you social workers, we need you to listen to our people. Yes, we do. The other thing we need to hear from you social workers is we want you to be humble. Now that's a difficult one. Can you ask your neighbor again? I want to engage you. Can you ask your neighbor, are you humble? Most people will say yes. And someone said, the minute you say yes, you are not humble. But let me just give you a simple one, because you're going to come out, and I see it. You're going to come out, get a job like our brother here told you. We work in Girigiri. Guru Guru, Girigiri. Yeah, Guru Guru actually. It's Guru Guru. Guru Guru up there. And you're a person who has just come from the university. You have a bachelor's degree. And you're working among us, these people. Guru Guru. A humble person is approachable. Is willing to identify with the suffering. And is willing to be like Jesus, washing the feet of those dirty feet of the apostles who had walked in the droppings of goats and sheep and cows and camel. That's what Jesus did. Humble. Let me give you another one. They are willing to serve. That one is what we've been talking about. Willing to serve. Service is action. Can I challenge you, social workers? I love conferences like this one. But I have a problem with conferences. Many of you go from one conference to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other, and you become professional conferencers. You're always budgeting for the next one because you know what? On the budget, it is going to be there. Let me tell you this. Conferences are great. The only way they are useful is if you go and act on what you study there. Is if you are there and dirten yourself with the people that you're supposed to serve. Two more. They are selfless. Selfless. Selfless means it is opposite to selfish. And someone said selfless means you think of yourself less and more of the other people. Social workers, you are supposed to be in the community. And if you are, you need to think of yourself less and more of the people that you serve. And that's where the tough thing comes. Because you're going to touch big money. I promise you're going to touch it. And when that big money comes, you're going to have a list of personal needs. And the temptation to cheat is very, very high. Many people, you know, when you work with an organization, you have to give accountability. So they give you money to buy fuel. And I have seen it many, many times. You go to the petrol station and you say, I need a receipt. And the man says, how much should I put on the receipt? In other words, I know that you're going to ask for more. So how much should I put on the receipt? Can you please, again, help me and look at your neighbor and say, the receipt. So please, let us use those resources for the places they are supposed to go. And the final one is love. Love. I know the majority of you are young people. You are young. And I love you young people. You are young. And whenever you think about love, you think about that emotional feeling that you feel when you saw that kagal or chigal or kaboy or chiboy. That emotional feeling. But what we are talking about is the Jesus kind of love. It's a love which sacrifices even when you don't feel like it. It's a love loving the unlovable. It's a love that took Jesus on that cross. It is practicing that great commandment. Love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as you love yourself. So friends, I thank God that I've had the opportunity to speak to you. And as I said, as I was starting, I see an army of young men and women whom this country needs to make a difference. People who will rise up and say, I am willing to make a difference. But what I found, it is more than willingness. It is a commitment. It's a commitment. It's a character calling. And this is what I found. humanly speaking, all that we've talked about, all that the professors are telling you cannot be done, because we know many people who started out well with lots of willingness to make a difference, but they failed because the temptation is so hard, because humanly we can be very selfish. But let me tell you this. 41 years ago, I was a young man. I was 19 years, going to 20. And a friend of mine shared the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ with me. And he told me, Peter, something can happen in your life. I was a young man who had a lot of passion, but I also had lots of issues. Because as every young person is, I had pulls on my body, pulls in my emotion to be like any other person. But then I said, I need what you have. And that was the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. And I said yes to Jesus. Friends, it changed my life completely and totally. I realized that my value system changed. And since then, I'm a different man. I've had the opportunity of touching more money than the majority of people are sitting here. I've had the opportunity of using it for my own self. I've had times when I have more needs and I could easily satisfy them. But every time I remember what Jesus did in my heart, and I say, I want to serve those people. So young men and young women who are listening to me, Jesus is the answer. I know this is not a preaching session, but I can't help but telling you that without God, you cannot change the world. Because God changes your heart, changes your emotions, but also changes your value system. And then you are more able to do what others have failed to do. So I want to invite you to that journey that I received many years ago when I said yes to Jesus. I confessed my sins to him and I asked him to become the Lord and the master of my life. So I live to always say, thank you, Lord, for what you did in my life. Thank you so very much, friends. I promise that I'm going to pray. Can I pray? If you don't mind, can you stand up as I pray? Lord, I thank you for these men and women who are here today. I thank you for our lecturers, professors, and our leaders who have loved us so much and invited us to this amazing occasion. Lord, I thank you for these men and women, the students who are being prepared to go and make a difference on this planet. Lord, we realize that they have an amazing call, the call to serve the people, the call to protect the environment which we must actually be custodian of, in view of the fact that we have children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren who must enjoy the world that we're enjoying today. Lord, I pray at this time that you, God, who called them and found it good to place them in this amazing profession of being social workers, I pray that you, God, who is so good, you will help these men and women to go out of this country, out of this conference, pumped, excited, and committed to go out to make a difference. I pray that you help them to change the way they think about this profession, that it's not all about money, but it's about service. I pray for those who say, I need the help of God, because without God, I can't do it. I pray that they will embrace that God that we've shared about. Lord, I pray for them, that whatever they study, they will know that they're being equipped to make a difference in this world. Lord, I pray for our teachers, our professors, and our lecturers, and our universities represented here, that we'll realize that we are into the business of changing people, that it will move from academics to changing lives, to help shape a nation of transformational agents. So, Lord, I pray that you help them. Lord, I pray for this amazing organization, NASWU. I pray that, God, you will use them as they become advocates, that you provide for them, that you give them bigger platforms in this country, that, God, they will stand before great men and they stand for the values that this amazing profession stands for. I pray that you provide for them, and I pray that you open doors for them. And Father, finally, I pray for these students. I know that these are hard times. I know that some of them are struggling with tuition. I pray that you will provide, that they'll be able to finish and finish well. So, Lord, I thank you, because I pray for these people in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Wow, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you can have a seat. Another hand clap to Reverend Pastor Peter Kasirivu. On a much more lighter note, I was almost filling my notebook. On a much more lighter note, when you were talking about love as the last point of servant leadership, you talked about a Chigaro and a Kagaro. She's a Kagaro when you're still in love. But when the people break, she becomes a what? So as social workers, we need to build the broken hearts. But thank you very much, Reverend Pastor Peter Kasirivu. We appreciate so much. Once again, Reverend Peter Kasirivu is the president of Africa Renewal Universities, Africa Renewal Ministries, and is also the chancellor of this University, Africa Renewal Ministries. At this moment, allow me welcome Lydia Komgisha. She's representing our national president for social work to come and give a word of appreciation. I know you'll give the closing remarks on behalf of the president, but kindly come and give a word of appreciation. Another big hand of applause. She is our colleague on the board, and today she came as our president. That's why we had to give her this opportunity. So,
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lydia Komgisha. I work with the Shaka Adventist Hospital. So I'm sorry to come late. I traveled this morning, and the journey was it wasn't easy, but I thank God that I've come here. But I was following on YouTube. So I thank God for the technology. I didn't miss a lot. Where there was network, at least I was coordinating. Of course, they asked me to thank you, the Chancellor of Africa Renewal University. Thank you so much. I've been inspired personally. It's my first time to come here, but it looks like a very great institution. And John Mary, thank you. The organizers, thank you for choosing this university. I know I'm going to give a speech by our president, Michael, by just a quick one, in case some of you want to travel quickly, I really want to appreciate you and hosting us. And thank you, members, for coming in big numbers. Just a quick one, I'm a social worker by profession, but also by blood. Amen to that? Someone clap for me. I love social work. And I feel, I'm not saying you should be proud, but I feel proud. I don't be proud, but I feel proud. I work with the Shaka Adventist Hospital as executive director. I'm seeing some faces I know here. For Gema team, I'm happy to see you. That's my university where I did a master's in public health. Because social work is new, I didn't have anywhere to upgrade from. But I'm still a social worker, by all means. So I'm the executive director, I'm a team leader. We have over 200 workers. And I've been there for the last 5 years and still counting, and I thank God. So I take care of doctors, physicians. Social worker, this is a very noble profession. You can be anything in life. No one should even undermine that social worker, you see, no. 3 things: social welfare, social change and justice, and social empowerment. We are meant, like you put it, sir. Thank you so much. I hope I'll get a copy of your talk here. I really want to get it. I've been so much inspired. We are the change makers. No one else except us. I am inspired. Maybe some of you can make him your mentors so that you come and learn how to start this in your respective communities. Young people, you're going to finish your education. Please don't stay in town. Go back. You know where you came from. People are suffering. Go and put up something. Go and do something. You were created for a bigger establishment, for bigger success. But sometimes we undermine ourselves. We do not give God a chance to magnify us. And so because of that, you want to get a job of 500. Oh, no. Yes, get it at the start, but work as a target worker. Think big, because our God is big. Amen? Now, I have one question as I finish. I want one person to come in front here quickly, and answer my question, and I will leave here. I'll get back to you. Please don't go away. I have the president's speech. Please don't go away. One person quickly. No one is coming up front here. Quickly, just one person. No. The question. Come here for the question. Quickly. Okay. I have a very small, big question here. Can you read this question and answer it?
I am answering this question, not by my wisdom or understanding, but by the knowledge of God.
Can you show them the question? Show them the question.
The question is here.
Now, what I'm saying is, success will not come to you. You've got to come and find success. And many times we fear to come because we think the question is hard. Are we together? So social workers, let's enjoy. Please, let's get back together in the evening. Thank you so much. May God bless.
Thank you very much.
I also have a question. Who is coming? Avana mwetega. Okay, thank you very much, Lydia. I can't wait for the next question. I thought MCs don't answer, but after I saw the question, I felt like, but thank you very much, Lydia, and we purely understand the journey that you had to take all the way from Ishaka, and thank you for the great work. For friends that are here, social work is not only about only working in NGOs, children-related, it's broad. Lydia is in medical. Our sister Edith is in construction. She was with us in Compassion. but later on moved to construction. And she gives the social work perspective in construction. Our sister here is in advocacy and administration, Esther. John Mary, of course, Golimo administration, together with your team. But we appreciate that you bring us together from our different fields. So thank you very much. Once again, Reverend Pastor Peter Kasirivu, thank you very much and God bless you. Feel free. We have a photo moment, but just in case you have any engagements within, we may hijack you in one of those engagements so that we take a photo later on. But thank you for honoring our invitation and being around, sir. God bless you. We look forward to receiving those notes, I think, through John Mary, each of the institutions. Okay. Okay, thank you. So John Mary, please, and the president, please, you can usher our guest of honor as he steps out. We know he's going to, we are expecting maybe, if he has some little time, he could stay around. And then we shall take a photo moment with him while he's still in the country, now that airports are open. So ladies and gentlemen, we had an essay competition some time back, and we want to recognize students that submitted in their essays and the outstanding essays. And we thank God that our president is here, who will hand them over. So if you participated, please be expectant of that. And in there, there are gifts for you and certificates. So allow me welcome John Mary in just a few minutes. We have that. Then we shall then have the communique. And then we shall conclude with the closing remarks from the president and then the photo moment. So in just a few minutes, we'll be done. Thank you for your patience. And looking at my program here, we are within time. So thank you very much, friends, for coming. And we appreciate all the institutions that are present here. I will later on be recognizing them once again for our president so that she can know the institutions that are here. But we have over 12 universities present with us. And we want to thank all the team leaders that have come with them. Lunch is going to be provided. Please be close. Don't move very far because it may be for a coupon. But anyway, over to you, John Mary, in just a few minutes.
Hello. I know we are now hungry. Our food is ready. We are almost getting lunch. At times during such a time, you may listen less because of environmental stressors in the stomach. I'm going to use a few minutes to appreciate those who took their time to write. I want to report to you, the president, that we have a generation now that can follow all videos of TikTok, but they cannot write a simple essay of 200 words. I'm not saying these ones who are seated here, these ones wrote, but we want to appreciate those members from different universities. Unless you write, unless you do something, your time in the university will be remembered less. It is a time of technology where you can even do a video on TikTok, maybe about protection of children, maybe about women, maybe about mental health, and you share with us. For us, we shall be ready to download it to a national platform, and also it can be viewed internationally. So our motivation is to create a culture of people who can think originally. people who can write, people who can create a difference. You confuse people when you move with books to gates of universities and out, and we don't know whether you can write something. So this was a challenge which I sent and was supported by other members of my team. So I stand here. One of them is here, Agaba Amanda. Please come up. She was one of the people who marked you. She's a practitioner in social work. She has been practicing in the US, UK. Say hi.
Hello everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here and an honor. Thank you all for showing up in big numbers. And it was wonderful to look at your work. It's very impressive. Should I say more?
Okay, the other people are not around here, but we were a team of 5. The procedure we always use, to be fair, is that after sending your work, we remove the cover page so that the work is anonymous. And then we send it to different people, and then I do the average. In case there is a tying of that particular essay, I always be the final person to mark, again to remark and look at that work. We have also done research, published, so when we stand before you, these are people who have done something in your area who want to guide you. This is to encourage you now that next year when we send out a concept, be among those people who can write something about your community. People wrote from different parts of Uganda. We have already awarded people in Eastern Uganda. Those have been following us. We have awarded those in Northern Uganda, and we are here today. I want to award, first of all, let me call all of them here, those who wrote. Do we have Kitinisa Grace, University of Kisubi? This was the best student of all regions. So she deserves, I think, more clap. If you can't write, if you can't write, at least you can clap the hands. I'm calling the other person. It's called Nachito Diana Bakaruba Gloria, Makerere University. She's here. Nachito Diana is not around. There is another person called Niwowe Bridget. Nowawe. I think Nowawe Bridget. Makerere University. Those are universities with the culture of writing. You clap for her. Ninsima Eneva. Ninsima Eneva is a recent graduate of Chambogo University. I saw her. She has been part of NASWU supporting us, but she took a time to write the essay in relation to what we had sent. She wrote about climate change, prevention, and modification. There is a person called Kugonza Siraje Sanchez. She wrote a poem. He wrote a poem. And I wanted to give him, on my time, 3 minutes to recite the poem. You are the one who wrote the poem? Yes. What's your name? Oh, sorry. It is not, sorry. He wrote a story, not on a poem. Siraje wrote on climate change modification and prevention. There is another one called Gideon Best. Is the one who wrote the poem. Do you have Gideon? Ndeje University. So here now it is the might of universities. In Deja University, he wrote a very good poem titled, "Do You Know Its Value to You?" Can you recite that poem? You are the one who wrote it? Okay, you come understand there. Deja University. Ndahiro Bridget, Kabale University. Somebody wrote from Kabale. Even when they were not here, we are supposed to have a conference at their university on 18th, but we had a challenge. But there is already a student called Ndahiro Bridget. His book will reach him. Nachito Diana, Makerere University. Do we have Nachito? There's another person called Adong Ronald, Unique, University of Chisubi. There is another person who sent an essay, Nakai Consolante, Africa Renewal University. In case you wrote an essay, maybe you sent it later and you are here, you put up your hand. Because these are worked within the time schedule. If you wrote an essay and you are here and it was not marked in the first place, then you can also put up your hand. We can recognize you. So these are the best, the people who wrote essays in Central. And as a professional body to promote the culture of writing and creative thinking, we are going to award them with the latest books in social work. I'm going to invite the president and the board members to join them as we award them the books. The best student, we are awarding him the book called Social Work. We are awarding how is the book Social Work Practice in Africa, Indigenous and Innovative Approaches by Dr. Genestic Tuichirize and Spinza. So you will come here up front and get the book from the president. The best student, you come and pick your book. I'm adding her a book called Parenting Initiatives in Uganda by Eddie Walachira and others and the TAR. I'm also adding her another book, Empowering Vulnerable Youth in Uganda by Dr. Ruwangula, Walachira, and others. The student who wrote a poem, I'm awarding a book, Social Work Practice in Uganda. The other one is Social Work Practice in Africa by Tuichirize, Ruwangula, and J. Twesige. Nimusima Eneva. I'm awarding you a book, Social Work Practice in Uganda. Kugonza Siraje Sanchez, you're a footballer. Yes. Social Work Practice in Uganda. Ndahiro Bridget, Kabale University. Since he is coming from all that area and he wrote, we are going to award him Social Work Practice in Uganda, a book, in his absentia. We are awarding Nachito Diana. empowering vulnerable youth in Uganda. From Makerere University, anyone to pick her book? Anyone from Makerere University? Okay, she will pick it at the Secretariat. We are awarding Abong Ronald, University of Kisubi. You are picking for, what's your name? In Kawes. Okay. We are awarding Abong Ronald, empowering vulnerable youth in Uganda. We are awarding Nakai Consolenta, empowering vulnerable youth in Uganda. What's your name? Nuawe Bridget. We are awarding her empowering vulnerable youth in Uganda. These are latest books in social work. So our culture, what we do, I want you to change these books and put their cover like this, and the president and the board members will join you for a photo moment. You can put your bags first down. It is one of the key moments of this conference. Now, as I'm concluding this, I'm also awarding Africa Renewal University Department with 2 books. Parenting Initiatives in Uganda and Empowering Vulnerable Youth in Uganda. Anyone from Africa Renewal University to pick these copies? Mr. Bernard Wanamba, you are from Africa Renewal University. The next time we will write also. You stand there. I think I should also join them, yeah? So this picture is going global. Feel free to check yourself on Facebook and other platforms. No, 1 minute. So we want to award the participating universities here with books. Bugema University, we are awarding them with a book, Parenting Initiative in Uganda. They can pick it. I think I can add them another book, Empowering Vulnerable Youth in Uganda. This is now I'm the one awarding you. Thanks very much. Specials is the head of department, Bugema University. I'm awarding University of Kisubi with a book, Parenting Initiatives in Uganda. Anyone from that university? Your sister consulenta? Sister, we are awarding you the book for your library. We are awarding Chambogo University, parenting. You have it? You have them? Okay. Parenting Initiative in Uganda, but this is now our gift to you, even when you have them. Yes, yes. It's our gift to you, somebody from Chambogo University. Yes. Yes. We are awarding Kampala University, Parenting Initiatives in Uganda. Yes. This one had a gift. She wrote the book. She wrote the essay. Somebody picked for her. No, she's still here. The president is there. She can award your book that she was preparing for your meals. She's the coordinator at Makerere University and a very industrious lady. We are awarding a Kampala International University with a book, Parenting Initiatives in Uganda. Anyone from KIU? We are awarding Ndeje University with one more book, which I've remained with, Parenting Initiatives in Uganda. Kampala. This is Ndeje University. And the last book will go Metropolitan International University. These are serious people. Parenting Initiatives in Uganda. Thanks very much. I beg to end this session here. Thanks for those who contributed.
Okay, a big hand clap. John Mary, I don't know whether this was a trick. Was this a trick that the book that will follow will be for the MC? Hey, you need to be strategic. Thank you very much, John, John Mary, and the team for such a great work. Now, at this moment, friends, we want to do our last panel discussion as the team that is in charge of food is organizing. What you see outside one of the windows is preparation for our meal. So, but nonetheless, we are going to do our last panel engagement, and after that, the president will give us the concluding remarks, the closing remarks for this World Social Work Day in Uganda, and then after that, we'll go for our meal. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome the following people on the panel, and the first one will be Brian Muyingo from Watoto. Brian, are you still there? Is Brian still around? Brian, kindly come on the panel. Brian, you are most welcome. Let's have Regina N. When you can't read the other name fully, you just add the first letter. Regina N from TPO. A big hand clap to her as she comes. Then the other panelist is going to be Kabaka Mordecai. People. Is Kabaka around? Kabaka Mordecai. Mainly these are practitioners. He's from Mustard Seed. You're Kabaka Mordecai. You're welcome. Kindly have a seat. Before I read the next person, I want one student to get on the panel, a volunteer. And I'm counting 3. Going once, twice. Yes, the smartest seems to... By the advantage of being smart, you're confident. Sometimes when you're not very smart, you fear to approach such panels. It's a trick. That is why you're supposed to be smart whenever you're going for an interview, to build confidence. And never fear. Those are interview tips for you. The last person to join the panel is going to be Amanda Agawa from Next Levels. Wow, a big hand clap to Amanda. Yes. So, I need to look for the standing posture. Wow, you remember our first round of our panel engagement? This one is going to go to another level. And friends, we have very few minutes. And in these few minutes, we want you to introduce yourself. And then I will pose a question to you, to each of you. So kindly go ahead and tell us who you are and what you do. Any other information, you share it as you may wish.
Good afternoon, everyone. Protocol observed. My name is Nyakachi Regina. I'm a student of Masters in Human Rights with Uganda Matters University. I'm also a social work practitioner with the TPO Uganda, and I'm practicing as a psychotherapist in Chaka Refugee Settlement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Regina.
All protocols observed. I'm from Bugema University. Main campus. I'm by the names of Kugonza Suraj Sanchez, and I'm in my final year.
Thank you very much, Kugonza. Yes?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
All protocol observed. Brian Moyingo, a practicing social worker with Watoto Child Care Ministries. Good to see you all.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brian.
Praise Jesus.
Amen.
I'm Mordecai Kabaka, and a director, Mustard Seed Projects and School. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mordecai.
I'm Amanda Gaba, and I'm a clinical social worker and a storyteller for social workers. I'm very happy to be here because TPO has been a wonderful place to learn mental health and tell those stories there. It's good to be here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Amanda. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move so fast. If you have any question to these people, feel free to pose it now. My first question to you, kindly share with us, based on what you have heard today, and compare it where you're working. How are you integrating the new eco-social work approach to solving social problems in your communities? Kindly share with us what your organization or your institution is doing in integrating the new eco-social work kind of approach in solving social problems in the communities where you're serving. So feel free to share with us your thoughts, how your organization is solving social problems in your communities using the new eco-social work. Feel free.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm so privileged to be part of the National Association of Social Workers of Uganda and part of the celebration today with the theme, the role of social workers in co-building a new eco-social Uganda and leaving no one behind. I'll just try to first give a background of my life before reaching my service. And this goes to the young ones here. I would like to tell you that I started my social work in 2012, but before I was given social work, my career was to be a lawyer. And when I passed Senior 6 with the 21 points, I went for the law entry exam. I passed. Few days after, my name came out under quota system in Makerere. When I went back with the newspaper to show my dad, he was like, oh my God, my money has been saved. I felt bad because I wanted to do law, but my dad was like, you know, you're very many, you're 4 of you going to the university. You can't miss this chance. And I went for social work. Little did I know it was a calling. I'm here to testify, social work is a calling to me. Never have I regretted to be a social worker, and I'm a proud social worker. So back to the question on sharing how social work has been integrated in our work. I've been so much in humanitarian work, from Rwamwanja Refugee Settlement with African Humanitarian Action, where I was working as an SGBV officer for 1 year and a half. That was 2017, 2016. I joined TPO since then with a parenting program. We were doing parenting, which was a USAID project, and that was the journey of social work. And back now,
Regina, just a minute. I want to request our friends that are out to... Can I request Madam President and your team, if you could... Esther, I think you could guide the President and her team to that table over there. And then if we can have some people that are out there to come with your chairs and just put them in front here. Then for those who can squeeze in just a little, we would want our people that are out the other side to, please, if you can, please move your chairs inside. Feel free. Yeah, feel free to bring your chairs in front. We understand the state at which we are in. I wouldn't want any of us to live here. Kindly just bring in your chairs. Just bring them in and put them. We can use this space here. Feel free to move in. Thank you. Thank you for the gentlemen that are moving. Feel free to move. There's space right in front here. Kindly move just right in front here. Bring the chairs in front. Please don't feel shy. Carry the chairs and come. Wouldn't want you to remain in the rain or be affected. Could you go and encourage some of your colleagues, just in case? Empower them. Feel free to empower them, just in case. Okay, so we'll continue, but anytime you feel like you want to move, there is space right in front here. And there's even, but there are 3 seats here that are not occupied, so some of you may wish to come without carrying chairs. There are some 4 seats, 5. So let's have some 5 people to come in. I know some people that are online may be saying, it should be those online, it's okay. We want those that are here. Yes, 5 people to come without chairs. There are some free chairs here. Are all our colleagues safe? Are they fine wherever they are? They are fine. Okay. So, Regina, sorry for cutting you short, but kindly proceed.
Thank you so much.
You have
moderator.
about 30 seconds.
Yeah, so back to the role of social workers in co-building a new eco-social Uganda, leaving no one behind. As a mental health practitioner, mental health and psychosocial support, and the word psychosocial, it is about the mind and how a human being deals with the mind around the environment. Psychosocial, the psych and the social. So as TPO, we are already practicing the new eco-social Uganda, because through our delivery of mental health and psychosocial support in the whole Uganda, and in humanitarian work, we are the leading implementing partners of mental health and psychosocial support. And I'm here to testify that through psychosocial support, we have touched lives of people. We have restored lives of people. We have restored hope, and yeah.
Wow, thank you very much. And yeah, so over to you, Brian.
Thank you so much.
Then we'll get to our brother over there.
Brian here with Watoto Child Care Ministries. Who are we as Watoto? Watoto, we are a church first, and then we have an arm of a child care, alternative care institution, where we rescue vulnerable children within our communities, the different communities that we stay in as Watoto. Now, given the theme, today I'll talk about what Watoto is doing in the other area of empowering the vulnerable women within our communities. I want to focus so much on new eco-social, but also leaving no one behind. As we were rescuing the vulnerable children within our communities, we realized, yes, we are bringing the children in alternative care institution, but we are leaving their mothers out there. So we went to the communities and focused much more on the mothers. These vulnerable ladies that have not been educated, they're unemployable, how can we support them? So we realized they needed skilling, they needed employment, they needed health care, they needed decent housing. So as Watoto, we came in and we call it neighborhood program, Watoto neighborhood program. We support the women in all, in the different where all our campuses, our churches are, the women within those communities. They need the women within those communities. So these ladies are empowered. Now the empowering is making them employable. That after being empowered, they are employed within our neighborhood program with the different skills they have acquired. Now after that, we give them good medication. On top of that, we are having a project of a housing project where these ladies, after some time, will be gotten from the slums to be taken to decent housing, and they will be paying a small amount of money, manageable amount of money that they can handle, more like mortgaging. Eh? Yeah, they will be paying a decent, some small amount of money, but in a decent neighborhood, getting them from the slums, because we have empowered them, but we cannot leave them in the slums that they are staying. We have educated their children. It is so hard to educate a child in a first world school, and then having them to go back in the same slums that we got them from. The people that are dealing with these children know it is so hard for them to go back in these slums thinking that they will transform them, even when that is our desire. So that is what Watoto is doing. Okay. It is not leaving any vulnerable woman behind. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So let's get to our brother over there. Feel free to remind me your name, but I remember they asked you, are you a footballer?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given. I'm from Bugema University, the heartbeat of millions, and I'm a proud Westerner. I'm a Mtoro. Let's go back to our theme, as it is saying the role of social workers in building a new ecosystem, Eco-Uganda, Eco-Social, Uganda,
so let's give him attention.
Leaving no one behind. As Bugema University, we are not selective. As we are saying that all social workers, we are supposed to keep our environment clean, or we should practice and we see how our environment can be kept well. It is like an alarm, or I'm advocating to everyone who is here that it cuts across. It doesn't mean that we, the social workers, we are the only people who are supposed to keep the environment clean, but I'm trying to tell everyone who is here that if you're coming from Ndeje, Makerere, UCU, Metropolitan, and even the host, that you're supposed to tell every student who is studying other courses that the environment is ours and we are supposed to keep it clean.
Wow, thank you very much. And you know it comes from the cleanest city in Uganda. That is Fort Potro. So let's clap for Sanchez. Yes, how is your organization? How is it integrating the new eco-social work in solving social problems in your community? Thank you.
Okay. Again, this is Mordecai Kabaka from Mustard Seed Project. Mustard Seed Project, it has projects then the school. It's a primary school. And I started that school when I was in my internship. And I was a student from this university. Africa Renewal University. I graduated in 2018 with a bachelor's degree in social work from this university. I started Mustard Seed when I was in my first internship, and this is when I was doing my internship at Kasambia police station in Mwende. The first task I was given was to go and arrest the parents with their kids who are not attending the school in my village. And in my village, there was no school because the kids were traveling miles to attend the school. So I decided to start a school in that village. And the school is now developing, but as you know, that we are living in a community of challenges. Of course, I had to start locally because we started with tarpaulins and grass-thatched classrooms, and it was me doing that. And then after, I engaged the community. We laid bricks, and now we have permanent structures. We had no water, and we have now done piped water around the community. So we have done a lot in that community in Mwende. Wow. The part of the role of social work in co-building a new eco-social Uganda, leaving no one behind. At Mustard Seed, we have a child-centered approach that we are using mostly looking at the theme. And here, we have the groups of kids, we call them buddy groups. And these ones, we are looking at kids learning the Kalakita in many ways. Like we have the FFU program, we call it Future Farmers of Uganda. And here we have the kids learn about the environment. They recite the environment creeds, poems. We have the impromptu speaking. We have questions set to the kids and they answer, but they all looking at how to protect the environment. Then,
your last point.
Okay, my last point. As a school, we have also integrated, though it's not in the curriculum, but we have also a topic that we have decided to give to each teacher. So they are also teaching the kids, and we're also trying to help to provide each and everything they need when they are bringing those materials to the kids concerning the environment.
Oh, thank you very much, Kabaka. And we appreciate. You know, recently there was a new move among children workers and advocates that there are better ways to address children, and the most preferred one is addressing them as children and not any other way. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, forget about it. Okay, let's listen to Amanda.
Thank you. This is a hard act to follow. Very, very impressive what you're all doing. I work in two areas. I'm a clinical social worker, a therapist, and I work a lot with I work mostly with young people, Gen Z, about your age, in private practice as a therapist. But I'm also a storyteller, and I've had the privilege of telling the stories of social workers, of healing, and of how various community models and global models can be implemented in the hardest areas to advance healing. I wanted to talk about in individual therapy what our theme means. And we keep looking back, eco-social Uganda, or eco-social work in my case. I'm a strong believer in looking at ourselves in a holistic manner, spiritually, psychologically, our body health, biologically, culturally, economically, socially, because we're not separate, we're not fragmented. And so my work as a therapist is to help, is to go side by side with my clients to look internally. We have internal environments, and if our internal environment is not steady or coherent, then we're not really able to give the best of ourselves out there. And so we work on how can our internal being, how can we reflect on why we are how we are, how can we heal, how can we use the tools that we have to be the best that we can be in everything that we are doing. And so a lot of the work is that internal environment, and the external environment, even as small as having some green in your space, and then figuring out how to navigate, how to protect ourselves from abuse, how to contribute to community. And so for me, that's the work of supporting more people to be well inside, so that we can collectively be well and advance our reason for being in our different circles. But the other thing I do is storytelling, and that's at Next Level Stories. And that's more fun work that I do. And I love it that I'm across TPO Uganda, because I did a lot of that in the States, but in Uganda, TPO Uganda, I've had the privilege for more than, I think now 10 years, documenting how you do, for example, Journey of Life, which is by Repsi, where our president is from, and the chance to look at how in our communities, very difficult communities, humanitarian settings without a lot of resources, that we can do things like cognitive behavior therapy and adapt them to our community. The community is our environment, is our richest resource, and so it's been wonderful to tell those stories, the evidence that it works. And for me, that's advocacy work, that's lending my talent and voice, using the mental health background to tell the stories of what works. And I think this year has been a wonderful time to see how communities are doing that, how we are going back to what we know works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda Agaba. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like for me, my questions are not over. I still have more, and I can ask them very many more questions. Last time I saw very many hands up, and I want to open it up again. Is there anyone with a question? Mainly these people are practitioners, so we have two here. Kindly help me. And I know you sometimes, after people have started asking questions, that's when you start raising hands. But we've seen there are those two hands, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6. Kindly don't add any hand. We'll take only those questions. And friends, feel free to take note of them. Yes?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nyaro Motegi. I'm from Africa Renewal University. This is a question for those on the panel who are already working in an organization. Is it okay for us, the students, to know how we would contact the organizations you're in, so as we can intern with them too? Thank you.
So if you thought coming last on the panel was in vain, prepare your contacts. Yes?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sister Crovia. My question, first I'll appreciate those in front of us for their presentation and the work we are doing. Tremendous work. Thank you, Kawaka. Thank you for beginning the school. And I want just to put something small to you. That as you have begun the school as a social worker, what at least an extra mile have you done? At least to consider those young children. You have told us a few things you are doing, but I've not heard how are you helping those children psychologically, because they cannot live in a good environment if they are psychologically not okay. I'll give an example. Yesterday I was on an internship. They brought for me a kid in P3. She was pricking herself.
Sister, just a minute.
A child, she was in P3. She had the courage to prick herself. Why? This child told me, I've never seen my father, neither my mother. I've stayed with my auntie, and they all tell me that my parents, their phone numbers are off. I'm happy mothers are here, mothers and fathers, and young generation, please. The children are for this world. Please, let us be responsible mothers. Let us be responsible fathers. Let us be good aunties to these kids. Then Madam Agawa, You have told us about clinical psychology. Suppose that case was yours. What story would you tell that child so that at least she's back to her normal senses and feels at home?
Thank you very much, Sister Chloe. There was a hand around here, and then there were two. There were around 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there were 6. So there's a hand here. Okay, you go there. Let me give this one, this mic.
Thank you so much. My name is Ndagire Sarah, offering Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Counseling, Bugema, University Kampala campus. My question goes, as a social worker, how can you make a future social worker understand how important today's theme can be a purpose in their community's life? Anybody can answer that. Thank you.
The question was in English. So.
Okay, thank you. Gideon from Deje. I humbly request you to allow me. To bring my question from my rusty part of my poem, if it's not bad. Okay, my rusty part says that I look at our population where there is our generation whose intention is to distract by promoting deforestation instead of afforestation in our plan and ambition. In our plantation, there isn't any connection of afforestation. Let us plant trees as a plant our coming generation. Our guest of honor talked about the corruption as a dangerous disease that is within Uganda or is within us. Now, as a team, how are you planning or how are you protecting us and the coming generation from that dangerous disease as a social workers? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Panelists, I hope you're taking note of those questions. And friends, it's okay to start a question with the question starting words such as what, how, why. Yes, we'll have you then. I think that will be the last person behind. Okay. Then there was a hand here.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm called Mate Makasi. I'm a Kampala University student.
Kindly put the microphone near you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a Kampala University student. This is my question. You in front there, we have had a lot of your exposition. Seriously, we have been built. I thank you so much. So I want to ask about employment. Because I know you have been employed, you have been working for long. So this is my question. Like, what is your ways to fight unemployment within the country? Because we are all here, students who have been studying. It's now our time, soon we graduate. And then we need to go also and do something outside there. So how do you do it? How will you manage to employ all of us here? This is my question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. So you can return the mic, and he will ask his last question as the panelists are preparing answers.
Okay, thank you. The protocol observed. Good afternoon. I'm Kurunziza Gerard from Metropolitan International University. I've seen those people in the front, really they can be the good mentors on this planet Earth. As all of us here are being trained to be the social workers where we shall be working with the people tomorrow. And here I have a simple question. I would like you to know, how can a social worker emphasize commitment to competence and development? Thank you.
Is the question complete? Even you have not understood it. Please, Gerard, my namesake. Panelists, have you understood the question?
No.
Kindly ask the question again, briefly. What is this and this competence?
I'm saying, how can a social worker emphasize commitment to competence and development?
I told you questions are in wati, over, mbu. Okay. So we are back here, and kindly respond, and then we shall invite the president for the concluding remarks. So we'll do around. I see Regina already has the microphone. So over to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Get at most 2 questions.
Oh.
At most 2 questions, and with each having 1 answer.
2 questions, eh?
Is there anyone of you who is ready already? Yes.
Okay, I can begin. For the first question about how social workers can help the future ones in contacting other organizations. Thank you so much for raising that. I would like to let you know that actually this is your first opportunity to know how to contact the access for jobs. We are here as social workers, and we are having an organization, an association, NASWU, okay? Can you from today onwards be part of NASWU, be a member of NASWU, subscribe to NASWU, because as NASWU, our advocate for social workers is working hand in hand with other organizations. TPO is a member of NASWU. Those who are looking for placements, instead of moving in offices looking for placements, go to NASWU, drop your internship, follow up. They can connect you to other organizations. Secondly, your self-disposure. Be composed. Learn to look for jobs by yourself. These things of sitting and you're like, my uncle works in State House, will connect me. Those things don't work. Okay? Maybe it works to some, to a larger extent. Look for your own jobs.
Wow.
Most of us are not good at working on your, I'll call it a CV. Someone can't even write a cover letter of just 1 page. And you're here graduating, and you're already looking for a job. You're in first year, second year, but you can't write a 1-page cover letter. You can't summarize your CV in 1 or 2 pages, and you're moving door to door looking for jobs. Please, polish your English. Sit down and compose that English you learned from nursery to university level. Okay?
Let's give her a big hand clap. Those are real points, you know? You don't want? Please clap for her. Okay, kindly conclude.
And those are the basics of you disposing yourself to the world of employment.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Other panelists will also add on.
Thank you. So maybe just to add something as you move the microphone to the next person, Regina said, NASWU, yes, NASWU will help you, but to ease our work, there are some organizations that I know that once you go there, once you apply and you show them your membership card, that you are a member of the Social Workers Association, your membership card, a valid membership card, it will be, actually in most cases, it will be an added advantage of you compared to other people that you will sit with for interviews. So kindly, when you register to be a member, look out and make sure that you get your membership card. Thank you very much. And for a CV, key things that should be on a CV, Brian, what are they? The 3 things? 1?
Your biodata.
Your biodata.
Your education background.
Education background. And then your work experience.
Yes.
Yes. If you have not worked, it's okay to say I've never worked, but internship is part of work. So let's have Brian. Please respond to 2 questions.
Okay, quickly, how are we going to tackle unemployment? Now, you're practicing, so you are training as social workers. Don't look for employment.
Please, let's listen.
Yeah? Please don't look for employment. Actually, just recently, I partnered with a friend because of the needs we saw in the community, and we opened up an NGO. You too can do that because of the need. Actually, why don't you first appreciate this gentleman, Mr. Kabaka? Eh? Kabaka is an example of what you people should take home with you today. You can go in the communities that you stay in and identify a need. As a social worker, your main aim in any community is to identify the most pressing need and see how best can you can you solve it as a social worker? Not only as you, but even with the community around. So, Kabaka, thank you so much for serving as an example. My other response to how can we guard you from corruption? No. We cannot guard you. Corruption is a disease within a person. Yeah. That the doctor, Reverend, reminded us of the core values, integrity. Who are you when people are not seeing you? That is the only thing that will help you to deal with corruption. Not the social workers you're seeing here. We're not going to do anything, by the way. We can talk about it. Corruption is something that has been talked against from day in, every day on social media, on news. You hear the government, you hear our father, Mr. President, talking about it, but it's an individual thing. Are we together? Yeah? So it is about you as an individual. Who are you when you have that money and no one is seeing?
Okay.
Are we together?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brian. Today you may be looking for money for supper and you can't see it, but when you start working, you'll be having a lot of money, but integrity is key. I think that's what Brian ended up with. So let's listen from Kabaka, then we shall get Sanchez. Not so? Then finally, AA will conclude. Amanda.
Okay. I'm responding to sister's question. Okay. Like I said earlier, what we are doing in relation to social work roles, like the community where the school is, number one, we had no water, but I talked of it that we now have piped water around the community under Mustard Seed Project. Then we have also worked on the neglected kids, and those kids, all of them in form of abuse. We have also sponsorships of the kids, but it's done locally. When we talk about sponsorships, most of the people are now looking in America, USA, but we are doing it locally. And those kids who are coming from group minorities...
Kabaka, allow me interject just a little. These days we are saying children instead of kids. So you could embrace such a language.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you. We are helping kids, those who are coming from group minorities. Sorry. We are helping children. I'm always with those children praying, so we always call them kids. That's why I'm used to that tongue. So I'm sorry. We are helping the children, those who are coming from group minorities, because in the area, most of the people are subsistence farmers, and they cannot pay for school fees, and we are doing this locally. Here at the university, I have even those friends who are sponsoring at least a kid. I have friends here who are at least sponsoring a kid from those group minorities. A child, sorry. At least by the time I leave this place, I will have learned at least the word. So we are helping them, and even those children who are neglected, we are leaving no one behind. The school, where the school is, every child is at school. They are studying, and we are trying to support them, and we are trying to provide psychosocial support to them, and that's always social worker roles.
Okay, your last question that you've chosen, or you've only opted to answer sister's question?
Maybe I had written something about the interns. At the moment, we don't have any internship program done at Mustard Seed.
Okay, thank you. And friends, I want to encourage you and inform you that it is our constitution, the Education Act, recognizes school social workers. And some school directors have not been able to appreciate it. But once we advance in full swing, we have a place in schools, not as teachers, but as school social workers. So never fear to apply for internship in a school and give social support. Some schools have tried to dilute it and calling the people who are supposed to be school social workers, calling them senior teachers and senior men. It's not supposed to be like that. They're supposed to be social workers in that school. So, and it is provided in the Education Act of our country, Uganda. So let's listen to Sanchez. Then Amanda will finalize with the 2 questions.
Okay.
You're answering for him.
Over the microphone to me, but maybe I can answer partly psychosocial, then Amanda will come in to conclude the psychosocial. This was a question about the child who was breaking herself, and when she intervened, she found out...
Just put the microphone near.
She found out other challenges, actually, that were predisposing this child to behave like that. And to me, as a psychosocial practitioner, I would like to say, in my social work practice, I blend my social work with parenting life skills. You find that this child, the more you would have intervened her, you would get more, because that was just a presenting, she was just presenting a problem. But behind her, there are actual problems, which are, like the way you said, you identified lack of parental care, and here comes a social worker. As you're working on such issues, look beyond yourself. I always tell my friends or my colleagues that as we are working, we have to include the 6th sense. You go beyond the 5 senses and include the 6th sense. Look at that child beyond what they are presenting. Go beyond them coming to you, to their homes, to their community, and gather more information. Be an investigator. Because sometimes people present, but in reality, it is something else. Then it will give you a way of going through that problem. And for psychosocial support to children, as TPO, we usually use Journey of Life or a Tree of Life. This is where we are discussing right from childhood till someone dies, what someone goes through from the time of birth to the time of death. And we are looking at a tree with the roots up to the leaves, the fruits, the stem, and they all talk about part of life. Okay. And there is also cognitive behavior therapy, where we talk about, cognitive is about the reasoning, the thinking. So cognitive behavior therapy is a structuring that helps you understand yourself from the mind up to the environment that you interact with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Regina.
much.
What is the 6th sense?
I'll tell you in my
No, feel free. It's okay. You're immune. Kindly give her the microphone to tell us the 6th sense.
The 6th sense is beyond the senses we have, and you go beyond to the community.
Some people call it common sense.
Common sense, okay? You're not just looking at things with the knowledge you acquired from school, but you're also consciousness. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. So it looks like the psychosocial workers here are challenging my statement of common sense. Okay. You tell us what it is.
We have a lot of empathy, but I think it's something to do with that consciousness that we carry, and where you get convicted of something, or you feel, you have feelings about something beyond what you can see, hear, feel, taste. I think that's what you were saying. So the practitioners are saying, with a lot of empathy, that it's probably the conscious speaking. So, sister, I really want to commend you about your work. It's a challenge to work with young children at, when you're still in school and in systems that don't traditionally have strong child social work. And I think that my colleague has answered that question. I just want to caution us on 2 things. One, she said it very well, that children present. Children are both tricky, but the most wonderful also to work with, because they somatize, they act out whatever is, they act out things, and what they do with their bodies, what they draw, how they play, it's always telling us something, and it gives us a clue. And in the same way, as they use their bodies to speak, that's also what we can use to heal. So if it's a lot of drawing, a lot of the storytelling that they are working on, you can help them, you can investigate and assess more of what's going on through that without scaring them away. And the same way the healing that she was talking about through Journey of Life, or those models, you can start those. And then the second thing is to be mindful, not to start what you will not be able to finish. Sometimes there are very deep problems, and if you're here for 2 weeks and you're going to go away, sometimes the best that you can do is the best that you can do to make sure that the people around that child who will stay longer after you've gone are able to support the child. And if you'll allow me, Chair, I mean, you're speaking to advocacy. That's a real case study for your advocacy work. We need more services in school. And in the meantime, we need to use our internet to study about these methods. These methods she's talking about are free and are online, from valid and credible institutions, so that we have the ability to do more with our communities because they are really strong and they can help us through these kinds of situations. So congratulations on that wonderful case that you're doing. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. A big hand clap to our panelists for the day. Someone is shaking her head. Your question was not answered? Yes, you feel free to engage them over a meal. And which question? They want contacts for the organization. TPO has a website. TPO Watoto has a website. I'm not sure whether Mustard Seed has a website. Facebook page. Where exactly?
Mustard Seed Uganda.
Mustard Seed Uganda.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Most people have always misinterpreted the TPO, others call it TOPO. TPO is a transcultural psychosocial organization. It is a national organization in Uganda. So when you log in, you'll see the website and whatever services it offers. Thank you.
Yes, and as for me, I work with Compassion. But at Compassion head office, we don't give internship, but we encourage our partners, the over 450 churches that we work with across the country, to give you internship. So wherever you may be across the country, whether you are in Guruguru, where I visited last year, whether you are in Bushenyi, I was in Bushenyi last month, whether in Rukunjiri, or Buko. I was in Buko in January. It was my first trip of the year. So you go there and ask for internship. Just tell them you're interested to do internship, and if they find you fit, yes, we can recommend you, but sometimes when you go to do internship, please don't feel entitled. They have the rights to either admit you or not. It's part of life. And when they reject you, look for another place that will accept you. Probably the other one shall even be better, where they give you meals and transport. Those are just soft information that I thought of giving you. And our president, who works with the Shaka Adventist Hospital, who is the executive director, she will also guide us in there. But I know we have internship placements. Thank you very much. A big hand clap to our friends who are on the panel. Please, you can go and take up your seats. At this moment, I'm going to take the honor to invite our president in her new capacity for the day to come and address us as the concluding remarks, after which we shall go for a group photo, all of us as a team, then we shall do separately as universities. So a hand clap to the president as I move this. Madam President, allow me invite Adam. Adam from Nkumba. Where is Adam? Adam from Nkumba. Adam is an advocate for the whole University of Nkumba, and he requested that, Madam President, you hand over this book to them, because they seem to have missed it out then. So the people with the cameras, where are you? Thank you very much.
I hope we are free from COVID. We are not sanitizing, but I think it is normal. Good afternoon once again. It's hard to communicate to an audience that is already hungry. Yes, I know that. I'm also hungry, by the way. I didn't eat. But I'm going to say a few words. Like I said earlier, my name is Lydia Komsha, Bachelor of Social Work and Social Administration, Postgraduate Diploma, Human Resource Management, and Masters of Public Health from Bugema University. I'm the Executive Director, Ishaka Adventist Hospital, and also a founding director, Youth Focused Achievers Network. And so those who be able to get these copies will find there my contacts. On behalf of the NASWU president and on my own behalf, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my appreciation to the guest of honor, though he's not here, and other distinguished guests, as well as corporate members, fellow social workers, and social work students. I am truly grateful for your presence. The social work profession is a growing and clearly contributes to the individual and community social change. Social work makes a difference. World Social Work Day is a celebration that aims at highlighting the achievements of social work to raise the visibility of social services to the future of societies and to defend social justice and human rights. It's a celebration that has become a high point in the social work calendar with social workers all over the world, celebrating and promoting the contributions of this noble profession to individuals, families, communities, and the wider society. Now, the speech is long, and I beg to stop here. Amen to that? So please, Gerard, say the president, I mentioned a few of his communication, a few of his words, and I just want to share a little bit about what we are doing at Shaka, and also a little bit at Youth Focused Achievers Network. Ishaka Adventist Hospital has been in existence for 74 years. Amen to that? So we're a big establishment. Yes, we have internship placements. So if you're really interested, you can see me after here and we see. But more importantly, like one member said, we work with NASWU, and so it's important that you register, you're a member, because we'll get recommendations from the NASWU Secretariat. So even when you see me, we will request that you get a recommendation from our head office. Is that okay? So we give health services and also psychosocial support. Mrs. Pastor, can you stand up for recognition? She was our social worker, and so she transferred to Bugema University. I don't know if there is any other person who has worked with the Ishaka Adventist Hospital. Okay. So we do all those kinds of things. We have HIV, we have School of Nursing and Midwifery, and we have over 600 students. So when you qualify, you can be placed in the schools or in the hospital, in the HIV clinic. We also have lifestyle, so we can always discuss where we can place you. We need these services. Personally, I started when I was a bit old. Next year, I'll be making 50. Amen? Yes. So, 19th May 2023, I'll be 50 years. And I'm excited. My daughter is 24 years. Ooh. That's a story for another day. She's doing grow at Uganda Christian University. I didn't see any person from Uganda Christian University. Oh, really? Can you stand up, please? Good, good. I'll send regards through you to my daughter. She's finishing her 4th year. Yes, the rest you can ask me during lunchtime. Is that okay? Amen to that? Now, I have a few remarks to make. I want to remind you and re-echo that you made a right choice to study social work. This is a noble profession. In fact, if I had the mandate, if I was the president of Uganda, I would require that every team leader, every minister, every head of department does social work for a postgraduate profession. Because this is the humanity We have hearts. In the community, like you've heard, people are heartless. It's only social workers and the values we cherish and hold that can put back our society in order. So I heard the questions you asked. It begins with who? With me. And you've got to believe that you can actually make a change. I appreciate the panel here. Where are they? They are maybe seated there. Thank you so much for sharing. This young man from where? From Vende, Mukama, Kabaka, or something. That is the way to go. Sometimes we are chained down by fear. Fear factor. You fear to stand up. You fear that you're going to fail. You saw what I did here. Only one single person. Where is he? Is he still here? Is he still here? So, like I said earlier, you can do anything, you can become anything. And so, in that regard, you need to have a purpose for your life. And I want to encourage you to start setting goals, regardless of whether you have money or not. I know most of us are limited by finances, but that is very temporary. I want to give an example. 2017, we started Youth Focused Achievers Network. This organization helps teenage mothers and school dropouts. And we struggled for 4 years until last year when we got a breakthrough. We got a donation of 80 million just out of the blue. And I want to, yes, that is very true. And I picked a quotation from Herman Cain. From Charles F. Kettering, and it reads, "Keep on going. The chances are that you will stumble on something, perhaps when you are least expecting it. If you do not start, you cannot register blessings." Are we together? Just start on, look for your passion, set your goals. Start small. And sometimes you're going to fail. I've told you for 4 years, I was struggling with a community-based organization. It was not moving. Sometimes I would say, I should cross this and just concentrate on my job. But somehow I hung in there. And guess what? Out of the blue, last year in June on 8th, we got a donation of 80 million shillings. Equipment's worth 80 million shillings. Who would have imagined? Now we have an industrial textile industry in that village where I come from. Are we together? If you're really interested, I can have maybe 1 or 2 Uganda and maybe and do your internship from there. It's a village though, so if you're not comfortable working in a village setting, please don't come. What am I saying? Success does not come easy. No one should lie. I've held a number of positions. I told you, I didn't want to say this, but I will say it next time, Gerard. I really want us to start organizing some sessions where we can share with these young people. When you look at us, you think it's been easy. No, not at all. Are we together? I started, now I'm going to say it, you know, social workers have Rugambo. I started as a data entrant, amen? During my work, I was asked to act as an advocacy officer. It put me in the limelight. That's when I was studying social work and social administration. After graduation, I got a first-class degree, amen? Hey, why not? Don't worry, you know I'm a Michiga, so sometimes I'm like, oh my God, did I say that? Is someone recording? Oh, really? Oh, really? Okay, so from there, I was promoted from data entrant to monitoring and evaluation officer. And my reports were all Arista-based. For that position, I was working with the AIDS Information Center. And for M&D officer, you should have done statistics. But I got that job as a social worker, amen? Then from there, I left that job for 6 years. I went to work with Uganda Union of the Seventh-day Adventist Church as a programs officer. I was into capacity building. Now, when I was at Uganda Union, that's when my mind was now thinking broadly. I started Focus Consulting Agency. And I started consulting for people, teaching people how to write proposals. Amen? And then before I knew it, I heard talk shows on radios. And so I was becoming a celebrity. Hey, yes, this is real. And then that's where someone identified me that I could actually go to Ishaka and help them write proposals. So when I went to Ishaka, she knows, my sister, Eden, I found the group was so divided. You cannot write a proposal when you're not together. And so I went back and told the chairman, Elders in Mabagabo, that, these people are divided. We need to bring them together. And we can conduct sessions on thinking like a winner, on mindset change. He said, please go ahead. So I went to Ishaka, I held sessions, and people caught fire. Amen again? Hey. God is amazing. Amen to God? So, before I knew it, the person who was the CEO, he left the job. And so people were begging me to go and head the institution. But then the institution had the financial challenges. I was like, I'm doing well in Kampala, so I'm not going. But as God would have it, I finally went to Ishaka. And I want to tell you, it's been an amazing experience. I've seen God work. I've seen God turn around that hospital. And we are progressing. I entered when we were running a 1 billion budget. Right now, we are running 5 billion budget. Now, social workers, we don't understand the finances, but that is very, very serious. Yes. And so, I want to thank God and also encourage you. But what are the leading factors? I aim for excellency. I work. Am I clear? I was informed yesterday that I need to come. I wrote this. I left office at 10. 10 p.m. when some of you were sleeping. If I have a report to make, I will not sit until it is done. And then tell me I want her job, she should leave. Where do you start from? I am still there as much as God wants me there. Amen? Now you're tired. I think we need to come back again. I think I need to stop here, but also I think we will arrange for sessions on Think Like a Winner, public speaking and presentation skills, talent identification, pursuit of excellency, confidence building, and we can also go through 15 laws of success. I will work with the secretariat to see how we can do this, maybe meeting, or we can have maybe, I don't know, Zoom or something. But let me tell you, I've been able to do, not so much, but I think something, because I read, because I listen to people, I get inspiration. Read books. 15 laws of success is a must do. I was informed when I was having a session on NTV, that book in USA, it's mandatory for all students to go through it. But here we never learn such. We never learn such. And so, even in resource mobilization, let me tell you, resource mobilization principle number 1 is human relations. I want to encourage each one of you. The person seated next to you, make sure you get their contact. You are going to need that person tomorrow. Even today. And please, when you meet people, greet them. Smile. Amen? And you young boys and you young girls, you need to attract these gents. Hey, a smile is magic. Now, I need to stop here, please. Sometimes I don't follow protocol, but may God bless you. I hope to get in touch with you again. I have a few copies. John Mary will give them out.